Hello. Just eating some fries. Gonna watch some Kyle Kalinske and some Tick History today. That is Sylvester Stallone. Andy Caps. I don't know what that means. Tick Marathon. Yeah, we'll see how much we get through. Brand name, crunchy fry snack. Never heard of it. I'm almost done with my fries. Then we'll begin. This is a great starting soon clip, yeah. Alright, let's see what I can do. There we go.
Alright guys, I'm going to tell you which animals I could absolutely fuck up in a fight, and which ones would probably fuck me up, and which ones are somewhere in the middle. So let's get started here. Honey badger, I think this is a honey badger, I'm not 100% sure. You're about to see throughout this entire thing, like, which animals I don't even know. I'm pretty sure this is a honey badger, though. These little things are
that's
actually
not a honey
more
badger.
vicious than they look.
First of all, that is not a honey badger. That's a badger. So the reason I'm playing this video is because You know what I said in my political YouTubers tier list? How Kyle Kalinske basically knows nothing about anything other than politics. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Right off the bat, first thing he says is that's a honey badger. That's not a honey badger. That's just a badger.
And they're quick. They probably bite. They're tiny, but I'm sure they're like pure muscle. If I were to fuck this one up, I'd probably have to like break its neck somehow, but it's got a thick ass neck. Or maybe I like kick it really hard until it runs away. But I don't know. I don't think it'll run away. So I think I'm probably getting my ass kicked, but there's a small chance I could win. I have
Okay, he has a 30%
a
chance
30% chance of winning.
against what he thinks is a honey badger, but is actually just a badger. Now, if a badger attacked you, you could win against a badger. A badger is not going to be that tough, I don't think. I would rate his chance a lot higher than 30%. You know?
All right, this is a snake.
Looks like
I don't
a
know what
python.
kind of snake it is, but low-key, I have no clue how you
Pythons wrap around you and constrict to you.
even heard a snake. So I'm definitely getting fucked up here.
If it's a small snake, you could probably just like whip it against something to kill it. But yeah, these bigger snakes, especially the really big, muscly ones like pythons, they can be really hard to kill because they are evolved to be able to handle prey who do have legs and will kick and fight and stuff, and bite. Like, they're evolved to be able to deal with that kind of prey. And the way they deal with it is that they're very patient, and they just try to get, if they can get a loop around you, then with the power of their muscle, it's really hard to get them off. So yeah, a python would be quite difficult, I think, to fight. The pythons can move fast if they need to as well. Yeah. This is a difficult one. Definitely I would rate it higher than the badger.
What do I do? Just like repeatedly throw it away? Am I allowed to have weapons? If I could have weapons, I might be able to chop its head off.
With a python, I mean, that thing looks pretty big. I mean, it doesn't look like the biggest python ever, but that's like wrapping around a whole big old tree branch. And yeah, I mean, you can't throw that away. Those things are really heavy.
For some shit, but I'm almost definitely getting schooled by this. So 70% chance.
Yeah, I would
I'm
say that's
dying.
accurate.
We'll go with that.
70%.
Penguin? Oh.
Emperor penguin.
I think I could like kill the penguin with like 3 hits. So I'm pretty sure I'm fucking a penguin up.
Emperor penguins are pretty tall. This penguin looks like it's about, I don't know, 4.5 to 5 feet tall. But they basically don't have arms. Their legs are very small, I think. So like, or they're they don't have the kind of ability to like have a power stance the way that humans do, where it's hard to knock them over. So they're bipedal, but they're not great kind of versatile bipedal actors. They're kind of they're kind of evolved to be in a place where they're not going to have a lot of predators coming after them, which is why they are able to look like this. So they're not really evolved to fight, I don't think. They have a lot of blubber so they can absorb the hits. Okay. Okay, that's true. So the penguin might, it might be able to hang on, and it can probably, it depends on what environment you're in. If you're in that snowy environment with the penguin, that thing can like sled away on its belly, so it can like regroup, probably, and come back at you. But ultimately, all it's got is that beak. So I don't think it's going to be able to do much. You only have basically one thing to fight against, and that's the beak. And it's not a very mobile instrument.
Oh, wait. Have I been fucking this up? Almost always winning. Oh, no. This one's not almost always winning. I gotta go this one. My bad. I was reading the chart wrong. Anyway.
Oh, okay. You got
penguin.
the chart wrong.
Yeah, there's like this one goes here. This one's like a 70% chance I'm winning. I mean, maybe penguin's got some tricks up its sleeve. I'm not 100% sure I could wreck it, but like I'm pretty sure I could wreck.
I don't know. I don't know. Would it be a 70% chance or a 100% chance? I have a hard time believing I would lose to a penguin. Even an emperor penguin, you know? Like, I guess if its beak is sharp enough, it could poke me really bad and hurt me. But all it's got is that beak. I've got 2 arms. I'm bigger. I've got 2 big legs to kick with. Yeah, I don't know. The penguin's going down, I think.
Wreck it. Might tire me out. Might, beak me in the face or something, but I think I'm good. Alligator. Oh. What
Yeah,
do you
no
even
way.
do? Like, if it's biting you, you poke its eyes or something? That's
I mean,
like, I guess that.
If you're like a Steve Irwin who's trained to handle alligators, then you might be able to like handle an alligator. You might be able to like subdue an alligator. But can you fuck up an alligator? I don't know if you can with just your bare hands. Like, how are you gonna? Those things are tough. They have huge muscles, really tough scales. They're gonna be hard to beat up, you know.
That's all I could think of. But I'm definitely getting wrecked. I literally think I have a 0% chance of winning. What is this, a buffalo or a bison? Something like that?
It's a bison.
I mean, too beefy. Like, what are you going to do? What are you
Yeah.
going to do? Like, try to pull off its dick or something? Like, nah, I'm fucked. This thing would fuck me up.
Yeah, there's no way you can beat a bison.
Ow.
Okay,
Like,
I remember
low-key,
this one.
Cows can't fight, and they're really slow?
So I think he vastly underestimates the skill and power of a cow. It would bite you, hold on to you with a vice grip, and then do the death roll on you. They also weigh up to 1 ton. Yeah, alligators are intense. But see, he's talking shit about this cow. He's like, man, I could fuck up a cow. Let's listen to this.
But also, they're so big, I don't know how you hurt them. Again, unless I have some sort of a weapon, or again, I try to like gouge its eyes out or something, or punch it in the face until it like retreats. I mean, it feels wimpish to say like I can't fuck up a cow, but it's so goddamn big. Like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with a cow?
A cow is not that far removed from that bison up there. The bison is bigger, but essentially we're talking about a very similar animal. A cow, I think, would be very difficult to fight. If that cow wanted to kill you, it could probably kill you. I mean, a cow can be aggressive if it wants to, you know? The question of cows is not whether they have the power to kill you. It's more whether they have the will to kill you. I think it's unlikely that you're going to beat a cow. It's possible, maybe. More possible probably than the buffalo. I would put it in this second category. At least losing a limb might win. 10% chance of winning. That seems right.
But the thing is, a cow can't kick your ass. So
oh, yes, it can.
It cannot win, right?
Oh, yes, it can.
But then you also can't win. It's sort of like a stalemate.
No,
you know?
He underestimates the cow.
I don't know, man. I'll be kind to myself and say there's a 70% chance I find a way to win. Just because it can't beat me. You know? Like, I can't...
That is absurd. Putting a cow on the same level as a penguin? No. And by the way, putting a cow 2 levels below a badger. Now, he thought it was a honey badger, which is probably more intense than a regular badger. But still, it's a badger.
Can't beat it, but it can't beat me. It's like a stalemate. All right, so then I guess that's 50-50. We'll go 50-50.
Okay, one
Feels
level
bad
below
putting
the
that,
badger.
Though. Feels like I should be able to do better than that. But it's so large. Anyway, what do we have here? Is this a goat?
What is that?
Some sort of goat?
What is that? It's hard to see with this resolution. I'm going to see if I can... Oh, that's it? 720p? Dang, okay. Yeah, it looks like a goat, some kind of goat. I don't know. There's a lot of animals that look kind of like that.
Sorry, it's windy here, by the way. I don't know if you hear that in the background. It's windy here in New York. All right, goat. You could try to like break its neck. It's a little ferocious with how it moves, though.
Yeah. It's not as big as a cow, though.
I think I could probably take a goat.
I would put it probably below the cow, because like a goat isn't going to have that much power, but if it can get a decent charge on you, it could probably hurt you pretty bad with its horns. It also has a bite. It'll bite you. It'll kick you. I don't know if the kicks would hurt that much, but they definitely bruise you. I would say I think you would be able to take a goat, especially I think you'd be able to like get a chokehold on a goat. But it would put up a fight for sure. It would not be easy.
You'll probably take a goat. I'll go 70% chance of winning for me.
Sounds about right.
What is this little fucker?
That's an alligator snapping turtle, I believe.
What is this? Let me zoom in more to see. Hold on. Let me zoom in more. What do we got here? Is this some sort of snapping turtle or some shit?
I think so.
I literally can't tell what that is.
Yeah, I can
if
see
it is a
it looks like its
turtle,
mouth
it's
is
got
open.
A weird ass face to it. Yeah, but
see, these things, all you gotta do is just pick them up by the shell, and what can they do to you? Nothing. They're probably pretty heavy. They're probably like, I don't know, 60 pounds. Is it an ibex? They're quick and can gore you? I don't know. I don't know if it's an ibex. Yeah, they are quick. You gotta watch out for those kind of animals. But yeah, I mean, the thing about the alligator snapping turtle is like, they're heavy probably. Like, it probably weigh like 60 pounds. But if you can lift the thing, then it can't do anything. All you gotta do is just like throw it off a high cliff or something. Then you're good.
I genuinely don't know what the state of affairs would be with that one. I genuinely do not know. Let's go with anything I don't know. I'm sort of going to default to 50-50. So I'll go 50-50 with this one. A panda bear? Look, a panda bear cannot fuck you up.
Okay,
like,
this is so stupid. You see why I wanted to make this reaction. A panda bear could definitely fuck you up. A panda bear has as much power to fuck you up as any other bear. Aside from maybe a polar bear. A polar bear could probably fuck you up worse. Um, but a panda bear, giant pandas, they they don't hunt very much, but that doesn't mean they don't have the power to kill you if they wanted to. That's the thing. They have this reputation for being docile because they eat mostly bamboo. But they still have the teeth, they still have the claws, they still have the muscles. They could kill you. There's no way to beat a panda bear, I don't think.
Like, it doesn't have it in them. It's not a fighter, it's a lover. Then they're goofy, but they're cute.
They can fight.
But
They
also,
have it
I don't know, I guess if you piss one off, they could bite you or something. But you also can't take it down. So, low key.
Again, just because they seem docile doesn't mean it can't. If you corner it and get it pissed, a panda could vary with one claw swipe. Yeah.
There's a 70% chance
No.
that it wins. Probably getting
that
my
it
ass
wins?
kicked. Even by a panda bear, dog. Even by a panda bear. Hippo? Oh.
No, dude.
No,
It's 100%. You're wrecked if a panda gets you. At least he knows the hippo thing. He knows about the fact that hippos are dangerous.
I'm getting wreck skis. This little monkey, I don't know what kind of monkey this is.
A monkey would be really annoying to fight. It would be biting you all over. It would be a total shit show. It would be like crawling up and down you, looking for a way to hurt you. I would hate fighting a monkey. That would be awful. But I feel like you could kill a monkey. I feel like it wouldn't be that difficult. It would just be annoying.
I don't know if it has sharp ass teeth, but it looks really, really tiny. So I guess you could just throw this shit
small.
and kick it repeatedly. So
It looks like a smaller
I'll
monkey.
be kind of.
A baboon would be harder to fight. Baboons have really big teeth. But that monkey is small enough that I don't think its teeth would kill you. They would hurt really bad. They would probably draw blood. But I don't think it would kill you.
To myself, probably a 70% chance I could fuck this monkey up on some level.
By the way, I was delivering food today, and in someone's lawn there was this hawk that was picking up a bird and flying away right as I walked up to the door.
If it doesn't bite my throat and have me bleed out on the floor. Hyena? Ooh.
Hyenas are tough.
There's no way.
Look at those
right?
teeth.
Nah, there's no way. These cackling hyenas. There's a group of them too. Usually, they don't just hang out by themselves. I'm getting wrecked by a hyena.
Yeah, man. I mean, hyenas, they're like wolves, right? I mean, it would be hard to beat a wolf with those teeth. Cuz I mean, if they get like a really important artery in your body, then oof, that could be fatal. And humans don't really have the ability to do that back. I mean, we have teeth, but our teeth aren't really that sharp. We would bruise, maybe draw a bit of blood from a hyena, but man, they could really rip you open with their teeth. So it would be hard to fight a hyena. I don't know how big they are. Are they as big as wolves? Because yeah, I'm thinking the hyena and the wolf would be a very similar level of skill, and both would be a major challenge. I don't know if it would be impossible to beat them, but it's very unlikely that you're going to beat them. I don't know. I might put them in that 10% chance of winning, because I think I can imagine a guy beating a wolf or a hyena with his bare hands, but it would not be an easy fight.
Hyena. Wolf? Oh, no chance. Literally no chance. It would destroy me. Would destroy everybody. A bear?
Yeah.
Like
No.
a grizzly bear or a Kodiak? There, again, no chance. What can you do to it? There's like no. Oh, flamingo? Oh, I'm wrecking this shit. This is my first.
That's kind of on point. I feel like the flamingo. It's interesting that he gave the penguin more credit than the flamingo. I can kind of see that because, like you said, penguins have blubber. Um, but yeah, flamingo. I mean, look at that neck. That's just begging to be wrung out. You know,
Shit that I would actually wreck. Sloth?
sloth.
I mean, sloths are. They can't hurt you. They're like notoriously slow. I mean, you could find a way to fuck it up. I mean,
Yeah, I feel like a sloth just wouldn't have it in him to fight you. It would try, but these things, I mean, they're not built to fight, are they? They're built to eat bugs and trees, right? Eat leaves. What do they eat? Leaves and bugs, probably. Um, it's just like, I don't know. I like sloths, but I feel like they like how is it gonna get you? It's got claws, but like, does it even have enough power uh in its arms to like thrust its claws at you in a way that would really hurt you? I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure there's 100% chance I can fuck that shit up. What is this? A chimp? This might be.
Hey dude, could you make a video about Smells Like Children? I really like your Manson breakdown videos. No, I can't make a video about Smells Like Children, I don't think. I just don't think that there's enough there to cover. I already covered it in my Antichrist Superstar video, as much as I felt that there was, you know, material there to cover.
A chimpanzee.
Chimpanzee?
Yeah, literally no chance. These things
Yeah,
are
no
jacked.
chance.
They're pure muscle, and they bite.
They got
And I'm
crazy
getting destroyed
teeth.
by a
Yeah,
chimpanzee.
a chimpanzee is
Swan.
gonna kill you.
Right? Is this a swan?
No, that's a goose.
I don't know. I think it's a swan. Who knows?
It's not a swan, it's a goose. Swans have long, curvy necks. Geese have long necks, not as long as swans, and they're not curvy.
I can fuck this thing up. Just
Yeah.
break its neck. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
You can take a goose. I mean, people get scared of geese, but they're not that scary. I don't know. I've never been scared of a goose in my life. Like, people talk about geese, like, coming after them. All the geese where I live are really nice.
This is, I think, a leopard. Could be a
it's a
cheetah, but I
snow
think it's a
leopard.
leopard.
It's a snow leopard. You can tell by its poofy tail there.
Leopard, 100% chance is fucking me up. No prayer. None
Yeah.
whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, snow leopards, they're pretty. They got a lot of fat on them, so they can withstand attacks. And they've got really sharp teeth, sharp claws, hunting instincts. Yeah, they're big. I think they're a little bigger than wolves and hyenas. So yeah.
Is a Black Panther? Same
Black
shit.
Panther, yep.
Anybody who says they could beat a Black Panther is naive and delusional.
I agree with that.
All right, one of these monkeys with the weird ass faces.
That's a male orangutan. These things could fuck you up. They're not as aggressive as chimpanzees, but especially this is a male. Like, I could see an argument of maybe you could beat a female orangutan. Maybe. But a male, hell no. A male could totally destroy you. Again, same with chimps. Sharp teeth, big muscles. They're a little bit more kind of lumbering. Their bodies are a little bit more adapted for traveling in trees. They don't really walk on the ground as much. They're a little bit more arboreal, so they don't have quite as much of that sort of attack power, that natural ability to throw punches and bite. But if they wanted to, they could totally beat a human. Now, could they beat a chimpanzee? That's a different question. Chimpanzee might have an advantage, even though the orangutan is probably a little bit bigger than the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee might be a little bit more feisty and wily and able to fight. That's what I think. The claws are for climbing only, really? Yeah. They're not really great fighting claws on the sloth. Orangutans get huge and are very strong. Yeah. But let's see what he thinks about the orangutan.
So, Loki, I don't think... This one looks old, so maybe I have a prayer against this one, but any sort of monkey or ape or primate or whatever, like, they're just stronger than humans. Like, they really are. And if they really set their mind to it, they're gonna fuck you up. And I don't really know how this shit, how fast it is, how much it bites or whatever, but if it gets pissed off and I'm in a fight with it...
Orangutans are not very fast, but they're pretty powerful. Their arms are built to support their whole body weight.
And it really wants to take me out, it's probably going to take me out. I'm almost certainly losing to it, but maybe it's old enough where I could somehow find a way, kick it in the nuts, punch it in the face repeatedly, make it run away.
I will admit that it doesn't look all that threatening, this orangutan. But man, I just have a hard time imagining being able to do anything to it that it couldn't do back, but worse, you know? I just can't imagine, even with my human cunning and intelligence, I couldn't imagine being able to come up with a strategy that could take down a male orangutan. I just don't think it's possible. I think it's beating me 100%.
Away or whatever, but we're going to go I only have a 10% chance of winning because that thing is almost certainly fucking me up. Elephant, not even having a conversation. Elephant would kill me instantly.
Cobra.
Is this a cobra?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a snake, right? Like, the only way you survive is if you sort of convince it somehow to go away.
But cobras are venomous, and so if that thing gets its mouth on you at all, you're probably going to die within several minutes from the bite. It could probably cause paralysis. Like a cobra just has a cheat code. It has an advantage that the python doesn't have. The python is bigger and more muscular, but the cobra can just like get you once and then you have no chance. Then it's just a waiting game. So, yeah. I think that a cobra, I would put the cobra at the 10% chance of winning because there is always a chance that you can just be quicker than the cobra, get around behind it, grab it by the head, and then it can't bite you. Then it's under your control. But if that thing manages to bite you at all, you're going down. So I would give it that 10%. You have the 10% chance of maybe being able to quickly just sedate it before it can bite you. But it's really about speed at that point.
Is if you, like, scared enough for it to go away. So you can't even fight it and win in a fight. You can only make it retreat if you're lucky. If you don't bother, if you stay still or what.
I don't know if a cobra that big, that doesn't look like a huge cobra. I don't think a cobra that big would be that tough to fight. The trouble is just the bite.
Whatever, but if you actually have to fight it, I mean, it's going to win, right? So I'll put this with I only have a 10% chance of winning. I don't even know what my 10% chance is, but almost certainly losing. But it feels fucked up to put that in the same category as hippo, you know, because hippo, there's literally no chance. Fox.
Yeah, that's probably the most accurate one he's done so far, in my opinion, is the cobra. Fox.
Fox, I mean, like, it depends, right? Like, they're small.
Yes.
And you could kick the shit out of it. You could punch it. There's a bunch of stuff you could do to a fox. If it really sets its mind to it, it's probably going to fuck you up, but...
I mean, if it sets its mind to it, it could hurt you, but there's no way a fox is taking you down. A fox is just too small. I mean, that's like saying like a beagle could take you down. Like, I don't know, like a beagle, yeah, it could really bloody you up probably, but I mean, I just can't imagine ultimately losing a fight to a beagle. I just downloaded the Patreon app on my phone, and whenever you download a new app, it sends you hella notifications, and it's really annoying. Let me see if I can turn that off. Apps and notifications. Patreon. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I feel like a fox is just too small.
They're really small, so I don't know. If you have a good day and you're vicious and spot on with your kicks, you could probably fuck it up enough where it wants to wobble away. So I mean, it'll probably beat me, but I'll give myself a 30% chance. Bald eagle is a weird one.
See,
so how would it work?
The bald eagle has the advantage of being able to fly. And it's got really sharp claws and a really sharp beak. So if you manage to grab a hold of its leg, its other leg is going to be attacking your hand, and its beak is going to be attacking you, and so you're going to get really cut up from that bald eagle. But if you can grab it, then all you got to do probably is get it by the neck and then just choke it. Just squeeze it really hard. I don't know if it can do much to you at that point. So I think you're going to get cut up, but there's no way a bald eagle can kill you, you know? It's made to kill smaller animals. But that's assuming you can catch it. And the problem with the bald eagle is that it can fly. And so it's going to be really hard to catch it. It's going to be like in Super Mario 64, where the vulture steals your hat, and then you have to jump up and try to catch the vulture with your hat, you know? Or the monkey. When the monkey steals your hat.
The bald eagle just like flies down at you going 100 miles an hour and tries to fuck you up, because if that happens, you got no prayer. Like, it's going to take you out. There's no doubt it's going to take you out.
How is it going to take you out?
But if you start...
Like, they're pretty big. I mean, they're, big old birds, but its beak is not like... it's not big enough to really do major damage. It'll just make you bleed. That's about it. It's not like it has big jaws that can, like, grab hold of your neck and rip your jugular out, you know?
Out, like, if you start out on the same footing, then that might be a different story if it's not flying at you at 100 miles an hour. But I don't know how you would defeat it. Like, what's the strategy?
Grab hold and squeeze, yeah.
What's the strategy? You can't, like, break its neck. Look at its thick-ass little neck. Like, I don't know.
I don't
see almost any way
Okay, the thing is, with birds, you got to realize that if they look like they have thick necks, it's a lie. They do not have thick necks. They have feathers that poof out like that make them look like that neck. If you squeezed it, like, you would notice that it's tiny. It's a tiny little neck. It's just got big poofy feathers.
I could defeat it. but maybe you sort of break a wing or something or fuck it up enough where it like hobbles away, but I'm only a 10% chance of winning this shit.
I think it's the neck. You got to go for the neck.
This is a weird one. Horses are not fighters, man.
Oh,
A horse
you are
does
so
not
wrong.
want to fight you.
You are so wrong about that. A horse could fuck you to pieces. Horses are, yeah, they're intense. Oh man. Oh, I'm having that issue again with where my cursor disappears. I forgot about this issue. Yeah. Okay. I'll just wait for a few minutes. But yeah, a horse. Oh boy. Yeah, like the kicks from that thing. Look at that thing, how huge that is. The muscles, the hooves are really tough keratin. The bite even. Like even if that horse all it wanted to do was bite you, oof. That would be a disaster, yeah.
And if it does fight you, like what does it do? Just kick you?
Yes.
I mean, the kicks are vicious, but that's the only move they got. And they can't like.
Oh no! They got the bite, and they got two ends. They have the front kick and the back kick. They can stomp on you. They can kick you. They can bite you. They can just like roll over and lay down on you. Like, oh, you do not want to fight a horse.
Doing it over and over. So if they sort of miss you on the first one or two, but then what do you do back to it? Like. Again,
yeah, I don't know.
There's some things that are so big or so beefy and meaty that like you can't hurt it. Like, what do you do to hurt a horse? I mean, I guess low-key what you do is you kick its leg really hard and try to snap the leg. So if a horse is
snap the leg, I mean, they do have kind of a reputation of getting broken legs all the time. You know, like they'll walk into a hole. And then, oh, now your horse is lame. So that could be possible. Like that could be probably a decent avenue of attack. But the thing is that if you're fighting a horse, that thing is going to be quick on its feet. It'll be hard to get a kick in without getting kicked back. That's the issue. And they can rear back and kind of like do this thing with their legs and then come down on you, you know? I just don't see winning at all against a horse. I think no matter what you do, you're getting killed.
It's coming after you and it doesn't land a kick, you gotta kick at its leg and take out one or two of its legs, and then it can't do shit. So, I mean, it's probably kicking my ass. It's probably going to hit me with one of the kicks, so I'm probably losing, but I'll still give myself a 30% chance if they miss the kick. And then I could kick its legs out. 30% chance?
I don't think you have that much. Like, I could maybe slightly understand him saying he has a 10% chance of winning. But I would put it in the 0%. I don't think there's any way I'm beating a horse.
Leg. Break a leg or two.
A sea turtle?
Is it, what, a fucking weird turtle?
Yeah, it's a sea turtle.
This is a weird turtle. Yeah, nah, I can fuck this thing up. I can mangle this thing. Like, rip its head. You know?
Yeah, I don't think a sea
turtle
has
take its head and
just
sort of break its neck. So, I'm 70% chance I'm winning this shit. Might find a way to get me, but overwhelmingly likely Oh, tiger? What are we talking about here? Don't be ridiculous. Tiger would own me.
German Shepherd.
What is this? Is this one of those wild dogs? Like wild African dogs? Or is it like a German Shepherd?
I think it's a German Shepherd.
I don't know, but either way, it's almost certainly the case that it's winning. I'll give myself a 10% chance. Kangaroo. Kangaroo is probably
I mean, a German Shepherd would be very similar to the wolf or the hyena, I think. But at the same time, they're going to be a little bit more docile just because of the way they're bred. If it wanted to attack you, it could do a lot of damage. But yeah, it's probably not as dangerous as the wolf or the hyena, but it's in the ballpark for sure.
Gonna fuck you up.
Kangaroo.
But again, maybe you could find a way.
A kangaroo is the kind of animal where you could conceivably fuck it up, but like you would be really it would be hard. Because a kangaroo, you know, it's got really powerful feet, really powerful kick, and they can balance on their tails and kick you with their feet, with both feet at the same time, which is a pretty badass move. And also they have pretty beefy shoulders and arms too, even though they kind of look like T-Rex arms almost. If it wanted to come at you with its claws, it could probably do some damage. I've seen people fight kangaroos though. That's the thing. Like, people have fought kangaroos and won. So that's the only reason I'm saying, like, I could see possibly beating a kangaroo. But it would not be easy.
Way to grab a hold and snap its neck or something. Snap one of its limbs. But still, it's almost certainly winning. These things are fucking tough. Maybe you catch it in the nose or something and it hobbles away. I'll give myself a...
Yeah. That is what you got to do. Just got to punch it in the face really hard.
30% chance, but I'm being optimistic.
I've seen someone do that before. I've seen someone punch a kangaroo in the face and it just was stunned. It didn't even know how to react. Ooh, God. Is that a Komodo dragon? Ooh, yeah, no. The thing about these is that they have this horrible, vile bacteria in their mouths. And so if they bite you, that bacteria will cause a serious infection that will just poison your bloodstream and kill you. But it'll take a long time. It'll take hours. It's not like a snake bite where you'll be dead in minutes. That thing will take hours to kill you. So yeah, I don't think there's any way you're beating a Komodo dragon.
Oh, one of these lizards? Forget it. I think they have like really poisonous spit too, saliva.
Yeah.
So, and they like eat people. So I'm going 0% chance on this little fucker.
Moose? Oof. Yeah,
I mean, they're slow, and they don't really fight.
I don't think they're slow.
But without a doubt, a moose can...
I don't think a moose is that slow. I think a moose could really come at you hard.
If it sets its mind to it, you're done. Like, it's too big. You can't hurt it. You can't hurt it. Honestly, low-key, a moose is 100% chance it'll fuck you up. Lion, 100% chance it'll fuck you up.
Black bear.
Black bear? Black bear? Oh, yeah. I mean, they're not as strong as the grizzlies and the Kodiaks. They're not as big as them, but if they set their mind to it, they can fuck you up. I mean, you know what would have to happen? You would have to, like, find a way to scare it and punch it in the face for it to run away. Punch it in the nose and have it, like, retreat. I don't know if that would work. It's almost certainly going to fuck you up. But I'll give myself a 10% chance.
It would be really hard to beat a black bear.
Just on the hopes you catch it in the nose and then it runs away.
No.
What do we have?
I don't feel... I feel like the black bear is going to kill you. I don't think you have a 10% chance. I think that black bear, no matter what. I mean, they're not as dangerous as some other bears, but they're still pretty dangerous.
Have here. What is this shit?
Platypus?
A platypus? A platypus. Platypus can't do shit to me, dog. Fuck
yeah,
that.
I don't think.
100% chance I fuck it up. Now, what is this? Is this some sort of bobcat? I don't even know what this is.
It looks like a bobcat. I think so, or a lynx. Maybe it's a lynx. I have a hard time telling the difference between those sometimes. Yeah, no, that looks like... I can't... I don't know. What is that? Is that just a cat? It kind of looks like just a cat to me.
I don't know what this is. But it looks kind of small, but also kind of vicious. I'll go 50-50 on this one, since I don't know what the fuck it is.
I kind of feel that.
Oh, this is a honey badger. I don't know what the other thing is, but this is a honey badger.
Yeah,
what did I put out for the other thing I thought was a honey badger? What did I put out for that? 30%? I'll go same shit here.
See, that thing looks bigger than the badger. The European badger there. Not by a lot, but it looks a little bit bigger. Kind of looks like a tiny little bear. That thing looks like, I mean, it could do damage to you. It could really mess you up, but I don't know if it's big enough to really kill you.
I don't know what this is, guys. This thing looks weird as fuck.
Yeah, what is that?
I have no idea what this thing is.
Is that an octopus?
I have no idea. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it's an
I don't
octopus.
know what it is. I'm not even going to add that one on the list because I literally don't know what it is.
It's an octopus.
All right, what do we got?
Gorilla.
Gorilla?
No
Forget it.
chance.
Can't even hurt it no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try. You could try to take out its little pecker, but I don't think that's going to work. I think they'd eat anything
that's
you
a
throw
lynx.
at a gorilla. I think they eat it. They easily eat it. And then you're left there with something that's massively jacked that can obliterate you. What is this thing? Is it a lynx? It might be a lynx.
Yeah, that looks
Lynx
like a
is
lynx
definitely
to
fucking
me.
you up. I don't think there's any way you...
No, I think you could have a chance against the lynx. They're not that big. They can be pretty vicious. They're definitely a lot bigger than house cats. But I don't think they're quite as big as mountain lions. And mountain lions are also not that big. So a lynx, I think there's a conceivable chance that you can beat a lynx. You just have to really fight it. Their jaws are not that big. Their teeth are sharp. But their jaws are not quite that big. So the jaw advantage, I mean, it definitely has some jaw power. It has some biting power. But I don't think its bite is enough to just seal your fate right then and there.
That you defeat this thing. It's small enough where maybe you can catch it in the nose and it runs or something, but I don't know, man. If this thing wants to get you, it's gonna get you. We gotta go 100%. Porcupine. Interesting. Porcupine. I mean, they're tiny.
Porcupines.
They're...
See, though, but man, fighting a porcupine would be miserable because those spines, those quills would just shoot into you. And then, like, you could probably kill it. But it would suck afterwards. With enough adrenaline, you probably wouldn't notice the sting that much. But yeah, afterwards, oh man, how many quills are you gonna have to pull out of your body? Like 100? Yeah.
They're really tiny, so you can kick the shit out of it. You can maybe break its neck, but they got those spikes, man. So low key,
it would hurt like hell, but you can get it.
It's probably gonna fuck you up. But I don't know what its offense is other than the spikes. Like, its only offense is defense. Yeah,
exactly. The only offense from the porcupine is the quills. So it doesn't really have much attack power.
So that's sort of like a stalemate. So we're going to go 50-50.
I don't know about that. I mean, if you really had to kill a porcupine, you don't think... I mean, those things aren't very fast, I don't think. So if you really had to kill a porcupine, you don't think you could kill a porcupine? I mean, it seems like it wouldn't be that hard to get.
An ostrich.
If you were determined.
Ostriches are gigantic, and they're probably stronger than they look. But if you snap that neck, it's a wrap. Or you break...
I think you gotta, probably the move with an ostrich, because they're very tall, right? The move with an ostrich is probably to, get up on its back as if you're trying to ride it, because I don't think it would have the strength to actually, carry you around. I think they would probably, just collapse under your weight. And then with that, you'd be in the perfect spot to be able to, choke it out, with two hands, just and just whip its neck around But it does have some pretty powerful feet, some pretty powerful claws on its toes. So and it's fast. So it would just be a question of being able to just come at it, just like have the bravery to just lunge at this octopus. Not octopus. That's the one right next to it. That's why I'm thinking octopus. To lunge at the ostrich, and then have the kind of dexterity to pull that maneuver. Yeah, I mean, it would be difficult. An ostrich, because, I mean, they're big. They're big birds. They're tough birds. But I think you'd have a chance. I think you'd have a decent fighting chance.
Break a wing or something, it's a wrap. So we'll give ourselves a 30% chance on an ostrich. Is this an otter? What is this thing right here? I don't know what this is.
Yeah, that's
but
an
it's
otter.
tiny as fuck.
Yeah.
It's probably got some sharp-ass teeth, though. We'll go 50-50 on this one. Owl. I mean, they look like they're lovers and not fighters. But low-key, if they want to fuck you up, they probably got a good shot at it. But they're so tiny. Again, you just
Too
go
small.
buck wild on it. You try to blitzkrieg an owl, and it might back down. So we'll go 70% chance we can fuck an owl up. What are these things? I'm blanking on what these things are again.
Those look like
sea
elephant
lions?
seals.
No, is that a sea lion? I don't remember what this is. But anyway,
I think that's an elephant seal.
That could probably fuck us up, man. That could probably fuck us up. I don't know what the...
Yeah, what would a fight between a human and an elephant seal look like? They're huge. You know, they got a lot of blubber. They would be able to take a lot of shock. They probably got some good teeth on them because they're hunters. But they have no... all they can do is flop around, you know? If you're talking an underwater fight, then sure, an elephant seal would win that. But if you're talking a land fight, I feel like a human would be so quick that all you'd have to do is like tire it out and wear it down with a bunch of hits. But they're so blubbery that it would be really difficult to get in hits that could really damage it. You'd have to go for the head. But if all you have is your bare hands, like if you have a stick or something, then I can imagine doing some damage to it. But if all you have is your bare hands, man, trying to take down an elephant seal, that would be hard. That one almost feels like a stalemate to me.
The move is, again, how you hurt something like this. We got to go 90% chance this thing wins. Polar bear, forget it. It's going to fuck us up 100% of the time if it wants to. Raccoon, tiny as fuck, but sharp-ass teeth, definitely carrying rabies. You have to sort of get lucky. You got to, like, kick it repeatedly. Like, your best bet with most of these is just kicking it and hoping it gives up. But we're going to go, we have a 30% chance of winning against this one.
Really? Only 30% against a raccoon? I mean, they're very small. I think you have a way better chance of beating a raccoon than 30.
This might be a sea lion. I actually don't... Fuck. I don't know what this is.
That looks like a leopard seal, maybe? It's some sort of seal. It's not a sea lion.
I'm not... As you can tell, I'm not up enough on all of my animals, and also the pictures are kind of small here, so it's hard to tell. But, yeah, I'm not sure...
You could beat that seal. That's an easy seal to beat, I think.
What this is, but it looks fat. It looks kind of slow. But it also looks like I don't know how we would hurt it. Like how...
It's small enough that I think you could hurt it. Elephant seal would be a lot harder to hurt. But that thing I think you could hurt.
Would you hurt this thing? I genuinely don't know. But can it hurt you? It actually looks a little less powerful than the other thing that I thought it was. So anyway, we'll go. Let's go. We're going to go 50-50 on this one. Or I'm sorry, we're going to go. We have a 30% chance of winning on this one. Just below the other one that I thought it was.
See, a 30% chance just against some random seal? Or against a fox? Or a badger? I mean, come on. I feel like he's really underestimating his own strength in a lot of these fights, you know?
Was. Okay. This is just a bull.
I think that's a bull. It looks like a bull.
Yeah, this thing is gonna fuck us up. Again,
Yeah.
I don't know how we heard it. Try to tear off its dick or something. Try to poke its eyes or whatever.
I mean, you could take it by the horns, but then all you'd be able to do is just, like, restrain it. There's no way you could kill it.
Bulls could fuck people up, man. They could fuck people up. I just don't see the way out. I don't see the way out. Weird bird. I don't know what kind of bird this is, but
That's a
I
peacock.
can break its leg, break its neck or some
I think
shit.
so.
Is
that a peacock or is that an emu? Emu. I think it's a peacock. Looks a little small. I can't tell because it doesn't have its feathers all up like that.
But it's large. I'll go 50-50 on this one.
50-50.
Cheetah. I mean, cheetahs.
I don't know,
They're
man.
not as
That
ferocious
thing
as,
doesn't
like,
look
leopards
that
and black panthers and tigers and lions. They're also smaller
tough.
than them. But they're obviously the fastest land animal on Earth. And if they want to, they could probably go right for your jugular.
Yeah. Cheetah
They're
could probably take
powerful little cats. I don't know what the strategy is. Maybe take out a leg, something like that. But I think they're just too strong. I'm only giving.
Yeah, maybe if you managed to bite its leg really hard, that could probably injure it enough that it would be hard to run. And running would probably be its best defense against you. But you'd have to really use your teeth against a cheetah, I think. And then it would be using its teeth against you. And so it could probably like bite you enough before you could bite it enough to injure each other.
Having a 10% chance of winning on this one.
Walrus. Look at those tusks. Those tusks could be pretty intimidating.
This big ass thing with the tusks, which name I'm walrus. That's what it is. I was blanking on that for a second there. Super fat. Don't know how you heard it, but it's also kind of slow. You could probably get away from it.
Yeah.
But it could overwhelm you. It could overwhelm you too. But if it gets a little hold of you, it's a wrap. I don't know how you defeat it, but maybe you could just.
If it pokes you with those tusks, oof, you better hope it doesn't get anything that's like too vital. Because those tusks look really dangerous. That's an emu? Oh, okay. So it's not a peacock. The emu war in Australia, yes, I have heard of that. Yeah, an emu is just like a weaker version of an ostrich. So if you could beat an ostrich, you could beat an emu. But a walrus is like a tougher version of an elephant seal, because an elephant seal, at least it doesn't have the tusks. So you could, if you get like an uppercut on an elephant seal, you could probably do some damage. You could probably stun it. But a walrus, you can't uppercut a walrus unless you want to get your arm poked off, you know? So I feel like a walrus would be a lot tougher to beat.
Just sort of get away from it in a fight, so I'll just go, we have a 10% chance. And then finally, Rhino. What are we talking about? There's literally no way you could hurt that thing. It's a goddamn tank. Anyway, there you have it, everybody. I don't know what the fuck this is. There you have it, everybody. Most animals could absolutely fuck me up, and it could definitely fuck you up, too. This is the official, definitive ranking of which animals would own us.
Okay. This guy says, I'm dying at Kyle just straight up saying, I don't know what the fuck this thing is, to a pic of an octopus. Yeah, Oh, the weird bird is a cassowary. Okay. Because I was thinking it didn't look like an emu. But it didn't look like a peacock either. It was kind of like, what is this thing? Apparently it's a cassowary. They're raptors without teeth. Okay. All right. So let's watch some tick history. I feel like the one about him being an ANCAP would be interesting to start with.
As we all know, guys, anarchism is when white guys in black shirts burn down ethnic minority communities. It's when punk rock bands do stuff. If anarchy happened, everyone would forget how to speak words, we'd all become barbarians running around punching each other, and everything would be on fire, including the roads. Oh no, not our sacred roads! And capitalism is when Coca-Cola death squads. It's when money. It's also paradoxically when you haven't got any money, because giant corporations hoard it all in their vaults, and that explains why they're also massively in debt. And it's also when the monopoly man runs around eating poor people. You know, because he's very, very hungry. So anarcho-capitalism is when there's absolute chaos, but it's also when big businesses steal from you and use that wealth to pollute the planet. So whenever someone says that they're an ANCAP, this is what people are thinking in their heads. They think...
I just don't think that the idea of anarchism at all makes any sense, let alone anarcho-capitalism. I mean, a society with no government is just an oxymoron. And then a society with no government and capitalism, I mean, that's an even bigger oxymoron.
This guy must be absolutely insane, because why would anyone want to live in such a world? So my patron, Pablo, asked me a couple of times, because I procrastinate for reasons I explained in another video, he asked if I was an anarcho-capitalist, and if not, what do I think of anarcho-capitalism? But as I just explained, people don't know what these terms actually mean, and so they jump to silly conclusions. So what I want to do here is set the record straight as to what anarcho-capitalism is, and then say whether I am an ANCAP or not. When the government builds a bridge, you see the guys working on the bridge. What you don't see is that all the government has done is move those workers and resources from the rest of the economy to the bridge. If the government hadn't got involved, the guys working on the bridge would be working in the rest of the economy to improve the living standards of the people within it. The resources consumed by the bridge would also be going to the rest of the economy as well. So even if it was a one-to-one trade, the government hasn't created additional wealth out of thin.
I mean, the bridge facilitates a lot of that commerce. The bridge allows people to get from one place to another. Without that bridge, there would be a smaller bottleneck, creating worse traffic conditions that would make it harder to conduct that kind of commerce. So I would say that yeah, the government has moved wealth from the private sector into that bridge in order to facilitate the functioning of the private sector.
Air. All they've done is taken resources, including labour, from the...
Okay, let's see. Alert, we need your help. This is a message from members of TJ Amazing Atheist DFFDP. We are doing raid TMMW. We would you to assist us with recruiting more people. We have a group so far, but we need more people. The Drunken Peasants community needs you. I don't know what you're talking about.
The rest of us, and shifted those resources to where they, the central planners, think is best. This is the concept of the seen and the unseen, brilliantly outlined in Henry Hazlitt's Economics in One Lesson, which I highly recommend that you all read. Of course, it's not a one-to-one trade. For every one worker on the bridge, there's a robber, also known as a taxman, a tax enforcer, also known as a policeman, and a Play-Doh, also known as a politician. There's
Play-Doh.
bureau rats, BBC ministers of propaganda, royal family members, loads of different people taking their cut from the resources robbed from the rest of us. And so, instead of just 5 guys working on the bridge, it's really more like 20 people who have been sucked out of the regular economy, most of whom are not actually productive. The stupidity expands to meet the needs of the expanding stupidity. And if the consumer wanted a bridge and was willing to pay for it, then profit could be made by constructing the bridge. Entrepreneurs would leap to the opportunity to meet the demands of the consumer by building the bridge for that profit. Thus, if no bridge exists or isn't already under construction by the market, then the consumer doesn't actually want nor need that bridge. Therefore, there's absolutely no...
Or they just can't afford it. I mean, I don't know. It depends on who's paying for the bridge and who has access to the bridge. Like, do only people who pay for the bridge have access to it? It's like he's trying to set up this kind of hypothetical scenario of what an anarcho-capitalist bridge building society could look like. But since there's not a whole lot of detail, I feel like the necessary context for understanding the difference between this society and the one we currently live in is lost, and so his point isn't very convincing.
No need for the government to build the bridge in the first place, because it's not in demand. If it was in demand, then the entrepreneur would be building that bridge. So when you see the government building a bridge or doing any other project, then that means there was no real demand for that bridge or project. In other words, it's a misallocation of scarce resources.
No, I mean, the government has a monopoly on roads, so like we don't need to build roads with the private sector because the government already covers it. So just because the government is covering it and the private sector isn't, just because the private sector isn't doing it, that doesn't mean that it's not necessary. It means it's already covered by the public sector, so the private sector doesn't need to do it. So this argument doesn't make any sense. I just, like, why does he insist on making these bad arguments all the time? Like, this guy is not an idiot, I don't think. I just don't understand why, like what's the motivation for just not making good arguments? I don't get it. Just, like, please, like, put a little bit more thought into it. That's all I'm asking. Like, I think, like, you can be an anarcho-capitalist if you want, or a libertarian, or whatever. Just like, please, like, don't do this, whatever this is. It's like, explain things in a way that have, like, an internal consistency and make sense. That's all I ask. As follows of you, and as fellow sons of the amazing atheist, we need your assistance. To do what? I don't know. What are you even talking about? Again, I don't know what you're talking about.
Resources that have alternative uses, to quote Thomas Sowell, who's not even an ANCAP. Yes, people will use the bridge, assuming it actually gets completed and doesn't fall down, which is likely to if the government builds it, and thus it does provide a
So the government just doesn't have regulations? The government doesn't have building standards, building codes? Like, it's likely to fall down if the government makes it, as opposed to anyone else. What about the government makes them magically just, like, inept at building bridges? I don't get it. They seem to care a lot about standards, to me, where I'm standing. I don't know.
benefit to the people using it. However, if the government hadn't gotten involved in the first place, the resources would have been put to better use elsewhere in the economy. What we have is a host of missed opportunities in the real economy, and what we're left with is a fake economy. Our living standards thus decline for every penny that the government takes from us.
But there's just, like, the whole premise that this argument is built on doesn't make sense. By the way, are you noticing something about YouTube's UI, GUI that's new, it looks like the progress bar turns pink toward the end now. It used to just be red, but now there's like a pink gradient at the end, like a magenta gradient. Are you noticing that? It's interesting. Anyway, I was distracted by that. It's just like this built on this assumption that that the work that the government does isn't needed. And I don't like. He even said himself that people will use the bridge. So if they're going to use the bridge, then it's definitely needed work. You can make an argument that the work maybe isn't, like the resources aren't allocated as efficiently as they could otherwise be. But this argument that like all government work is basically unneeded, and so, like every way that resources are allocated by the government could be allocated better by the private sector. I don't see really a through line there.
And spends on public works. Taxation, regulation, and inflation caused by the state central banks are all various means of extracting wealth from you to keep you poor. The only way you can earn money is to provide goods and services to other people. You can either earn your own wage by producing goods and services for others, or you can trade your time for a paycheck working for someone else who produces those goods and services. Either way, that's a good thing. Those processes make our living standards improve. On the other hand, the government takes resources from the rest of us by force.
The things that the government provides are generally things that people need, and if the government isn't providing them, then the private sector will have to provide them. So people are going to effectively have to pay the same amount of money, or more, potentially, I don't know, to get things from the private sector that they're already getting from the public sector. So, I mean, so far it seems like a wash to me. Unless you can come up with some actual, like, real numbers that justify what you're saying. But so far it just seems like a bunch of assertions.
And thus makes us poorer. The state is not a god, it's not a wizard, it's not an alchemist. It cannot create resources out of thin air. It cannot provide the things it promises you without extracting those resources from the rest of it.
But it also actually, it kind of can in some senses. Like, the Federal Reserve can just print more money. Now, that will result in inflation, but, like, on the short term, if the government just, like, needs an extra little bonus, it can technically do that. So in a sense, you could almost say that the government can produce more resources. It's just not in like a way that it's just like hacked the economy and figured out how to generate infinite wealth, you know.
Nothing is free but the cheese and the trap. They'll promise you the world and they'll deliver you into poverty because that's the mechanism of government. For this,
it's like the public sector can't just produce resources out of thin air, but neither can the private sector. So, I mean, if the stuff that the public sector produces is needed, which I think most of it is, because otherwise they wouldn't commission it, then yeah, you're going to have to get it one way or the other. So I think in some cases it can be more efficient to just tax the whole country, you know, take a little bit evenly off the whole country and then use those resources for basic things that everybody needs, instead of making it a thing where like how are you gonna have a functioning economy if roads are not in the public sector? there are ways you could conceivably do it, but without these crucial details, I'm left kind of wondering, well, what's he talking about?
And for many other reasons, the free market is far superior to any other economic system. But the unfortunate thing is that the establishment do not like it because they're in a position of power. Power means power over other people. And why would they do a hard day's work when you can do that work for them? They lord it about in their manors, and us peasants labour in the fields. That's their utopian paradise. They're intent on maintaining slavery, and that's why they extract resources from the rest of us. It's why the taxation system exists in the first place.
I mean, a lot of these people are entrepreneurs and stockholders who, I guess he doesn't believe in publicly traded companies, which I don't know why. That's a free market position. But like, yeah, like they're a lot of these people are stockholders and business owners and like really powerful like capitalists, and they are the people who are in these positions of power in the government. So I don't think it's as simple as, oh, they don't want to work. I think a lot of them have gotten to the point they're at by working really hard.
Feudalism and slavery, pure and simple. And so what they do is they employ mystics to convince you that this is all for your benefit.
Yeah, but Karl Marx was like an insurrectionary, what do you call him? Subversive, who, like, his work and his movement was persecuted by the establishment. The establishment never liked the Marxists. So this doesn't make sense either. Like, why are you bringing in Marx when he has absolutely jack shit to do with establishment politics? In fact, he's against it, wants the overthrow of it, wants the overthrow of capital.
Capitalism is a dirty word. The theologian known as Karl Marx coined the term as a smear, and now everyone just assumes it means sinful money and greedy corporations.
Not everyone. A lot of the people in power don't view it that way. Like, most of the people in power around the world are totally cool with capitalism and support capitalism. They just don't believe in free market capitalism. They have a different perspective on it that involves government to some degree. But Tick presents it like it's this all or nothing struggle between capitalism, which is this very, very, very specific, slim thing that he has designated, and then everything else. Everything that isn't like totally free market, private companies, no publicly traded companies. Everything that isn't that is basically all the same, and we can just all lump it in with Karl Marx, even though, like, no, actually the people in your crowd probably have a lot more in common with the people in positions of power than they have with people like Karl Marx. It's just all wrong. Like, he has this really wrong, weird, backwards, warped, conspiratorial view of politics that it bears no resemblance to reality. It's just like, this is just this weird right-wing mentality that I just don't understand. Like, how did he come to this conclusion? How did he come to this view of the world? This view of the world makes no sense. It's totally incoherent. It's totally ahistorical. And as someone who's interested in history, like, he should understand that. And the fact that he doesn't is just so frustrating. Marx is a mystic. Yeah, and what's that about, too? I mean, I guess he has a video about, like... He has a video about that somewhere in this list. Let me see if I can find it. like the cult many are in but don't realize, dialectic insanity. I think that might be where he explains calling him a mystic. Yeah. He's a capitalism essentialist. Yeah, pretty much. Like, he has this very narrow view of what constitutes capitalism, and everything else is basically the same to him. He doesn't see any difference, which is just nonsense. It's absolute garbage. It's absolute, like, just illiterate trash. That's the word, conspiratorial. Yeah, it's very conspiratorial, very paranoid. Yeah. Very odd.
Except corporations or syndicates are created by the state. In fact, corporations are actually destroyed by the free market, as shown by books like The Myth of the Robber Barons by Folsom. But I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty today. What I do want to make clear is that...
That's interesting. Corporations are destroyed by the free market. I'm curious to know the reasoning behind that. That might be the case. I know that the first corporations were like joint stock companies that evolved like as ways of financing these more or less monopolistic business ventures out in the spice colonies and stuff. So there might be some truth to that.
That a monopoly is not a free market, obviously. So a free market guy like myself is against the government and the corporations, knowing that they are one and the same. Syndicalism, fascism, whatever you want to call it. The government is a monopoly corporation in and of itself, and it's clearly not a free market. And by the way, some ANCAPs don't realise this. They think corporations are part of the free market.
Well, it might be the case. I don't know. I kind of doubt it, seeing as it's coming from Tick. It might be the case that corporations cannot sustain themselves in a truly free market economy. I kind of doubt it. It doesn't really seem like I don't understand what the logic behind that would be. It doesn't really make sense to me. But that is no reason to say that they are. Even if that's true, it's no reason to say that they are public sector businesses. But we've already been over this with Tick history a bunch of times.
And they end up defending the corporations. No, corporations are state entities, and you're accidentally defending the very thing you hate, socialism. So I actually disagree when some ANCAPs, even those from the Mises Institute, defend corporations as if they're products of the free market. Guys, they're not products of the free market. If you watch my video titled Public versus Private, the historic definitions of socialism and capitalism, you will get clarity on this issue. Anarchy just means no state. It doesn't mean everything's on fire or people are barbarians. It just means no state.
That's such a silly way to phrase the point you're trying to make. Obviously, people know that anarchists themselves don't believe that everything's going to be on fire and there's going to be chaos. Otherwise, very few people would be anarchists. They just think that that's a delusional mentality. The idea that you can have a society without a state, and that somehow that's going to be a sustainable, functional existence. They just think that's nonsense. That, nature abhors a vacuum. I mean, everyone knows that. In power vacuums, that's how that works too.
And people will say, but without the state to enforce law and order, then it would be chaos. Because it's definitely not chaos and disorder right now, even with our beloved monopoly corporation running the show.
It's not. It's so not chaos and disorder right now. Like, things are so chill. Dude, in my life, I have not experienced any chaos or disorder. Like, everything in my life has been pretty smooth, pretty functional. Things have pretty much gone according to plan. Like, maybe in some places, in some communities, there is a lot of chaos and disorder, but in a lot of places, the government's doing its job, keeping everything tidy, keeping people in line, keeping people from committing crime. It's a good system.
Show. But again, anarchy just means no state. It doesn't mean no law and order. Or no fire.
Yeah, it means no law. I think. I don't think you can have law without a state. I don't... I think that's like an oxymoron. I think once you start talking about law and order, then you're not an anarchist anymore. It just doesn't make any sense. Like once you have a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence.
Services or no roads. If there's a market for it, which there obviously is, then these services would be fulfilled by the entrepreneur. Imagine a world where we have multiple competing restaurants, all catering to our various needs. You could go to a magical place.
We already have that. That's our world.
Called McDonald's, or Pizza Hut, or KFC, or Nando's.
Yeah, that's our world.
Or some other random local place. You name it. I mean, that sounds pretty good, right? I know it sounds like an impossible dream. I mean, imagine if we had all that variety of different options today. What a wonderful utopia that would be. But I think this is possible if we allow a free market to do what is needed. Well, let's also imagine multiple competing...
Wait, what? He just described our world and then said, it's possible if we allow a free market. It's also possible if we don't allow a free market, apparently, because we already have it. The minute someone makes a rules list, then that automatically becomes the law. Yeah, and a law means nothing unless it's enforceable. And so once you start enforcing the law, then you have a government, because it's governing other people. It's telling other people what to do.
Fire services, aiming to provide you with the best and quickest service possible. Imagine multiple police services, all competing to be the best and actually tackle crime instead of being the criminals themselves. Imagine a world where there were multiple competing judicial services with the most corrupt and...
I mean, you can tell me to imagine these things, but maybe I just don't have very good imagination skills because I can't imagine that. I can't imagine a world where multiple competing police forces are competing against each other to fight crime. Like, what the hell does that even mean? That's just a totally nonsensical idea to me. Like, maybe you have some idea of what that means and what that would look like. And if you do, then lay it out for me, because I'm curious. But just saying imagine that, I'm like, okay, I'm trying to imagine that. That sounds like a total jumble of shit. That's a totally, that there's no start and end to that idea. It's unless you have like a system of how that would work. I'm willing to hear you out on like if you have a hypothetical system of how you could actually make that work. But so far, it seems like something that's just impossible.
Incompetent judges going out of business, like every single judge currently involved in the family law system. That's why the state has monopoly control right now, because if there were multiple competing judicial services, our fascist governments would be out of business in a heartbeat. Same with the military. There would be a market.
Yeah, he believes that every society that has publicly traded companies has corporations, and therefore it's syndicalist, and therefore it's fascist. He believes that every society that isn't anarcho-capitalism, basically, is fascist and communist. at the same time because he believes that fascism and communism are the same thing. He's a total moron. Like, I don't understand. Again, I don't understand how he's allowed himself to get this stupid. Because clearly he has the capacity to be more intelligent than this.
For security. And these multiple competing police and military services would aim to provide you with the most efficient security at the cheapest price.
That's just a replay of medieval mercenary companies. Hedge Knight, Mercs, Redux. Except that medieval society had a very clear state hierarchy. So, like, I can at least imagine what medieval society would look like with mercenary organizations. But I don't even have any clue what this looks like. Like, what is he talking about? What, honestly, is he talking about?
Obviously, I'm skirting over an entire ocean of explanation here, and I know the knee-jerk reaction will be,
Oh, you think?
none of that is possible, it wouldn't work in reality, it's a utopia.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much my response to this.
And I understand that criticism, and it's generally accepted and understood in the ANCAP community that the market for security is the one that trips people up the most, because we're all so used to just thinking in terms of the monopoly corporations providing law and order that any other possibility...
No, we're used to the idea of the government providing law and order, which is not the same as a monopoly corporation, although there is overlap between those two ideas. They're not the same idea. Shut the fuck up.
Cannot be imagined. However, if you've never heard these ideas before, I'd say it's worth looking into and thinking about, because the alternative is that we just have more of the...
I mean, more of the same. It seems to be working pretty well. I mean, there are issues, of course, but it seems to be working pretty well where I'm standing. I feel pretty safe. I don't think I would feel safe in a society like this. You haven't given me any reason to feel safe in a society like this. This just sounds like madness.
The same. And I don't know about you, but more of the same isn't what I want.
The Merc companies would become the government, like feudal lords. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels. I mean, it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like you're actually solving the problem of government. It just seems like you're making government worse.
My overarching point here is that people think anarchy is when white guys in black shirts burn down ethnic minority communities, or when punk rock bands...
Or when retards come up with totally nonsensical utopian bullshit that would never work and then say, it's worth thinking about, look into these ideas. No, they're not worth thinking about. They're not worth looking into. They're garbage. On the surface, trash. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I'm always willing to be proven wrong, but that's my idea of anarchism, anarchy. Is this is my idea of what anarchy is. Just somebody who doesn't know anything about anything, doesn't know what he's talking about, just completely talking out of his ass, talking shit. That's my idea of anarchy.
Do stuff. But these things are happening right now with the state. We haven't got anarchy and these things are still happening. Now, in a free market society, you might still have these things, but you'd also have an effective market for security that would defend your private property from those who wish to rob and enslave you. The world would be a much safer and far more stable place if we didn't have giant monopoly corporations known as states running the show.
Doubt.
That's what free market people like me want. And now we get to the question. Am I an ANCAP? Do I believe in anarcho-capitalism? And honestly, maybe. I'm certainly leaning towards it, but you've got to understand that I only realised that socialism was evil when I was 31, and I'm 36 now, and the past 5 years have been a grind, to say the least. This channel is...
Yeah, socialism is evil. I don't think any political ideology I've heard, save for maybe a few, are evil. I wouldn't go around saying libertarianism is evil. You know? Maybe there are a few ideologies that are evil, but painting with such broad strokes like that is just very concerning. It's a sign of somebody who's been very indoctrinated.
Hard work. So I've not had sufficient time to read the literature in enough detail on the anarcho part of anarcho-capitalism to come to any definite conclusions. I can tell you that the arguments for the free market made by Mises and so on completely outclass the arguments for socialist mysticism, but it's the anarcho side of it that I've not had sufficient time to read about. Murray Rothbard in Ethics of Liberty said that man is a rational actor. Clearly he had never met a millennial, and I can get away with that because I am one. Men aren't always rational, and that irrationality results in problems. I can imagine anarcho-capitalism working in practice if certain conditions were met, but my question for the ANCAPs out here is, if there is a market for a state, then can we really deny the market? As soon as...
That's the most libertarian dismantling of anarcho-capitalism I've ever heard, but I love it.
One person wants a state, that need is met by the entrepreneur, at which point we no longer have ANCAPistan.
That's such a good point. That's such a good point. He just rescued the video right there. Boom.
And if we say no to the market wishing to found a state,
turning
then
libertarian
we're going against the
logic
market.
against itself.
So for me, this is the sticking point. If the answer to this problem does exist, please point me in the right direction. But yeah, as I say, this is the sticking point. I am of the opinion that, at the very least, if a state does exist, then taxation should be voluntary. There's no justification for a coercive theft system. If people want to pay taxes, then yeah, they should be free to waste their money. But nobody should be forced to pay for something that they don't want nor believe in. And I think every state in existence right now is a criminal organization full of Play-Dohs, and I think anyone denying that clearly has their head in the sand when it comes to what's happening in places
I mean, like, in a sense, you could say that we already live in an anarcho-capitalist utopia. All you have to do is just stop paying your taxes, hire your own private security, and see if you can beat out the other big private security company, the government, you know, that everyone else feels the need to pay taxes to. Everyone else seems to think it's worth paying into that system, you know? Like, that's just what it's going to end up being. It's just going to end up being, we're going to get another big state conglomerate formed out of these mercenaries. It's going to be the same shit. There's no such thing as anarcho-capitalism. Not in reality. This person says we had a kind of ANCAP in Russia in 1990th. I think he means the 1990s or just 1990. Well, I guess Russia didn't fall until 92 or so. When state was very weak, and it was possible to do business. Very successful and profitable business without paying taxes for years. And there were multiple law enforcement agencies in the form of criminal groups competing with each other to provide you protection services. Unfortunately, it was not as shiny as you described. They were not trying to compete by providing better services, but more often just by physically eliminating competition and by forcing their services on you using threats and coercion. Gee, it's almost like people like using violence to get what they want. I wonder if there's a way to prevent that, you know? Some way to pool all of our resources together to form a body that we can make sure is held to account, you know? Okay, so that was pretty bad until the very end there. Here's another video about anarcho-capitalism.
Recently I did a video on what anarcho-capitalism was and whether I was an ANCAP or not. I ultimately hesitated in calling myself an ANCAP because I had a few questions about it, and the immediate response in the comments clarified many of these issues, and they have since been solidified with a great video by Liquid Zulu. For a channel that has less than 3,000 subscribers, the quality of his video is fantastic, so I actually do think you guys should give it a watch, and I'll leave links in the description. I did say that I haven't had enough time to read the literature on anarcho-capitalism, and so while I'm happy with the free market side of things, I just don't know enough about the anarcho side of it. And Liquid Zulu acknowledges this. He actually says that one of the common issues that the ANCAPs face is that people don't have the time to read all the literature. To quote a comment from my own video, I love your topics and that you explain your concepts to a general audience. It's also helpful to keep in mind that after working all day, most people can't listen to anything past 30 minutes. Everyone is tired and have children to deal with. Bite-sized topics are perfect. You are filling that niche and doing a great job educating people in Economy 101. This comment highlights the point perfectly because most people are not in a position to read about this stuff or even care. My videos on economics don't get as many views as the military or ideological videos, and the poll I did a while back shows this. Most people are not interested in economics, mainly because they've never been exposed to it and assume things about it.
I wouldn't assume that. Well, these people, it seems like a lot of more people are interested in the politics, ideology, religion, philosophy side. So maybe I'm wrong. I was gonna say a lot of people want them to stick to tanks, and that's why the economics is low. But since this stuff is high, I don't think that's necessarily true.
That aren't true. So while I am reading this stuff in the background on occasion, even I have to prioritize other things. However, I have read enough to fully understand Liquid Zulu's video, from the Robinson Crusoe analogies to the part where he even showed a clip of a guy teaching dialectics and things like that. I actually understood all of that, but my audience may not do, so like my commenter just explained, I'm going to attempt to summarize Liquid Zulu's points and put them in as simple as a way as possible, which I know has its dangers, but again, everyone can watch his video for the full explanation. In my previous video, I stated that Murray Rothbard in Ethics of Liberty said that man is a rational actor, and then said that men aren't always rational and that irrationality causes problems. As Liquid Zulu and other commenters pointed out, I was using a more broad definition of rational than what Rothbard meant. By rational, Rothbard meant purposeful, which then begs the question of why he didn't just use the word purposeful. Yeah. So the idea is that men engage in purposeful behaviour. You know, if he wants to fish or if he wants to punch someone, then that's purposeful behaviour and therefore rational. Well, I got muddled with that, and you guys in Zulu have clarified that for me, which is fantastic. My concern is that the dictionary definition of the word rational is not purposeful. And it doesn't matter which dictionary you use, basically none of them list purposeful as rational. And this is important because, as I learned after I released my video, ANCAPs are using different definitions than everyone else. And this is going to become important.
Yeah. I mean, this is coming from a guy who uses entirely different definitions for pretty much everything than everyone else. So this is kind of hypocritical coming from Tick History. Tick History is someone who's perfectly willing to just redefine words willy-nilly however he wants and then claim that's the only thing that they mean.
Important, as you're about to see, because contrary to my and many of my audience's expectations, in Ancapistan, there might actually be states. Yes. But they just wouldn't be classed as states by the ANCAPs. I pinned a comment by Carol who explained, is there a market for a state? No, because state is by definition coercive. If taxes are optional, so you can choose not to pay and use alternative services, it ceases to be a state. In the words of Murray Rothbard, the state is that organisation in society which attempts to maintain a monopoly of the use of force and violence in a given territorial area. In particular, it is the only organisation in society that obtains its revenue not by voluntary contribution or payment for services rendered, but by coercion. And he's quoting from Murray Rothbard's Anatomy of the State.
I mean, I'm willing to pay taxes, so the state isn't coercing me. You know? Now, it's true that I don't have a choice in that matter, really. But, the thing is, like, I just don't understand what's going to prevent a racket from forming in a power vacuum like this. Like, everyone's gonna... It's basically, like, people are going to be coerced either way. Whether you're coerced by an official body that is responsive to the public democratically, or you're just coerced by the rackets that are naturally forming everywhere to hire your own private security. In any case, you're gonna be compelled to spend money that you don't otherwise want to spend. So it's not a question of whether there's coercion involved. It's a question of how powerful and how responsive is the authority that we're entrusting with our safety. You know? There's just no way to make this work.
This is actually the first time I've ever heard this argument, and upon doing my video I realised that the ANCAPs are using a distinct definition of what a state is, and that definition includes the idea that the state is coercive, so it enforces its rules and taxation on us via its state police and military forces. I had read some of their literature, but this was the first time I've seen this distinction being made of what a state is, and I wasn't expecting this at all, so in a bit of shock I actually asked this in the comments of Zulu's video. Thank you for responding in conjunction with...
I feel like he's being a lot nicer to the anarcho-capitalists than he is to the socialists. If the socialists had a definition that he didn't agree with, he would just say that they're wrong. He would just say that they're making things up and that they're idiots, or that they're lying to you in some sort of conspiracy to mislead you, in this very conspiratorial thinking. But here he's just like, oh, they're using a different definition. Interesting. I'm going to try to understand how they're using the words, which is how he should approach everything. But he has a very selective approach. He's willing to be nice and conciliatory to the anarcho-capitalists, but to the socialists, no. He's very closed-minded and unwilling to listen.
With the other comments in my video, this was a bit of a revelation for me. I'm glad I made my video now. But can I just clarify something? I know ANCAPs didn't like it when I said a voluntary state, because a state cannot be voluntary by definition. However, is it true to say that in anarcho-capitalism there would be an entity that's voluntary and non-coercive which fulfills some of the roles that a state does or claims to do? So let's just say for argument's sake that the only entity that can prevent a police service enforcing a tax system on the people is the state. I know that might not be true, but let's just go with it. Then in Ancapistan, a voluntary central entity would exist to prevent that police service from abusing its power. But it wouldn't be classed as a state because it's not coercive. Is this what you mean?
I ask this because one of the biggest criticisms I've seen of anarcho-capitalism.
But a voluntary central entity like that, there's so many different things that could look like. The only way I could see that working is if it were a democratic volunteer organization. I don't know. It's just that this stuff is so deconstructed that the line between state and private company and criminal gang organization is totally blurred under anarcho-capitalism. I feel like those three things, state, private company, and criminal organization, are just kind of all become the same thing under this society where there's no rules and everything is voluntary, because a lot won't be voluntary because there'll still be coercion, because coercion doesn't just come from states, it comes from people, person on person coercion. That's the root of it. And then, states are kind of an extension of that, but there's always going to be coercion. So it's like, what kind of coercion do you want? A coercion where you can usually rely on this overarching power structure to keep you safe. Not always, but you can usually rely on this to kind of generally keep order in a community. Or a big kind of clusterfuck where it's like you gotta figure out who you're going to entrust your money in and just hope that they have enough resources to beat back all the other guys who have their resources, and blah blah blah. How do you know how ethical they are compared to the other guys? And it's just like, when there's no clear delineation between what is a state, what is a private company, what is a criminal gang organization, then I think it gets really scary and it gets difficult to actually have a fucking life. Because you're just, it becomes, I just can't see how this is anything but barbaric.
Capitalism is that it's utopian and cannot function because there's no state.
Rigo Colas, hi. It would in practice all become the same things. Natural tendency towards agglomeration. Some organization will eventually become coercive over you. Yeah, it's just like, how is it possible to have a society without coercion? I just don't see how that's possible. Because once somebody, because like, do anarchists not understand this concept of like one guy can ruin it for everyone else? Because that's a very common thing in society. Like you can have something that's functioning totally fine, and then one guy can come in and fuck it up for everyone else. And now nobody can enjoy this good thing because the one guy decided to ruin it. That's going to happen no matter what. I mean, things like that are going to happen. And so like the less you have in between people and the ability to just ruin things for other people, the more chaos you're going to bring about, I think. Seems incorrect to refer to the state as though it were a separated entity, like they, us, and them distinctions, which implies it's competitive against its represented people. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it depends on your framing. Libertarians tend to have that us and them mentality about the state. Obviously, for fascists, everything is within the state, nothing is outside the state. So they have a totally different conception of what the state is. And so it's really a matter of framing. I think it's somewhere in between. I don't think it's necessarily that the fascist perspective that everything is within the state. And I believe in the libertarian perspective that the state is just this thing that is totally outside of us that we have nothing to do with. I think it's somewhere in between. Found ya through all your Manson vids. old ones about the albums. Awesome stuff. Well, I'm working on a new one right now. I just shot a big portion of it, a big chunk of it. So I'm going to be editing that chunk while I write the rest of it. And it's going to come out on my Patreon. That chunk that I'm editing right now is going to come out on my Patreon when it's done. And then the rest of it, I'm going to stitch it all together at the end and put it on my YouTube channel. Like We Are the State, it's not a Leviathan or something. Kind of. It's like I said, it's in between. It's in between. It kind of is and it isn't. It is us and it isn't us. It depends on how you want to view it. I am sympathetic with the idea of viewing it in the fascist perspective as like we are the state, but it isn't totally accurate all the time. Or it's just not necessarily accurate. It depends on how you want to view it. It's kind of up to opinion in a sense.
However, if there is a state, but it's not really a state by definition, just an entity that looks similar but is voluntary and non-coercive, then this annihilates 99% of the criticism of anarcho-capitalism. Liquid Zulu did respond, saying, "Hello, thank you for your comment and for shouting the video out, it is much appreciated. And just to clarify, I put a community post up on my channel informing people of Liquid Zulu's videos, so that's what he's referring to here." But he continues, "Per your question, I tend to avoid speaking about anarcho-capitalism as some particular structure of governance, instead speaking of it as a theory about what the law is and what is justified. But with that said, to have a private property society, which you could call an anarcho-capitalist society if we put aside my pedantry, you would indeed require some industry to fight against a taxing police force or any other type of crime. Harper has a good argument as to why the insurance industry is a good candidate for this in his private production of defense. Now, to accept the argument that there would be some central entity that prevents the tax enforcement, which seems to be what the Randians argue for, we would indeed not class this as a state. The reason for this is that such an organization would be operating by purely voluntary economic means rather than aggressive political means."
Again, this is a bit different to what I expected. I keep thinking I've misinterpreted this, but so many people are saying the exact same thing that I don't think I have. So my impression was that there would be no state-like entity at all in anarcho-capitalism. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It looks like there are states, but they operate on a voluntary basis, and because they're non-coercive, they're not classed as states.
According to one of my commenters, Fred the French ANCAP, without coercion, it's not called a state, it's called an association.
Okay, well, if this is the case, if anarcho-capitalism has state-like entities that operate on a voluntary basis, associations, then this allays 99% of the criticisms of anarcho-capitalism. Most people hesitating in the comments or outright criticizing anarcho-capitalism said things like, well, without a state, nobody could enforce private property rights, or build the roads, or stop the criminal gangs from enforcing their will upon you, etc. Well, none of that's true anyway, but assuming that it was, all that goes out the window when you realize that there would be a state-like entity that protects you. The only thing...
So, I'm starting to understand this a little bit better. Hold on, let me read these first. I can't stick around. Love your channel and vids. Awesome, looking forward to it. Peace out. I suppose in the sense of friends helping friends out and bloating it with taxpayers' money. Okay, so let's have a little thought experiment. Let's imagine the state as it exists currently. Again, where's the line between a voluntary charitable organization and a cartel? Well, what's important to realize about that is a voluntary charitable organization will never be coercive. And so I think this is I'm starting to understand this a little better. Let's have a thought experiment of imagine the state as it is right now. But all we do is remove the sort of coercion of telling people they have to pay money into the system. And so therefore the system can only rely on what people are willing to give it by the people who are willing to participate in it. And so it's going to naturally have to shrink a lot. It's going to have to become a lot smaller and become much more about defense and keeping law and order within the community of people who have agreed to be a part of it. I can imagine a system like that becoming popular enough among free individuals where there's like a sort of culture that develops, like a cult of this sort of voluntary association, where it's like taboo not to be involved in that. Like it would be taboo, like your parents would raise you like, you have to get involved in this. This is really important. We have to do this because this is how we stay safe. And so you kind of, this culture develops around it, and a cult develops around it. Like this is fundamentally important to our society. And it's this sort of participatory democratic thing where people come together in their communities and talk about what they need to do, what they need to put money toward. If a culture like that can be born, it's theoretically possible that a society like that, a voluntary society like that, might be able to edge out over all the competition, over all the coercive competition, by just being more attractive to people. And so therefore the market for that kind of society can beat out the market for a more coercive order where you have these rackets who are trying to enforce their will on people. The only difference between that and the state as it currently is right now, the state compels people to pay into the system, and and so in that sense maybe it is different. But I can see theoretically a society like that emerging. That would create a lot of resentment and separation, I'd imagine. How so? Like tipping, virtue signaling? I don't know about that. Like, explain what you mean by that. I see, thus the insurance company angle that was mentioned. Religious cult intentional communities kind of organized like that. Yeah. One might feel guilted or shamed into staying with the association. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be literally that you, like, they are forcing you to stay in. That would be the one thing that makes it different. But it would be, like, really... the only way I can imagine it working is if people really were, like, socially pressured and conditioned to participate. Like, if you don't participate, then... that's bad. Then that's dangerous. You're potentially gonna die because you're not gonna have the support of your community. Because everything would kind of flow from that group association in a way. The people who pay in thinking they're higher class than the ones who don't. What do you mean by that? Like you're saying these things that are kind of trying to allude to something, but you're not saying enough so I don't know what your point is, you know. But yeah, that's an interesting idea. Because unless you have a culture built around this, and it becomes a kind of cult, then unless you have that, I don't imagine it'll be strong enough to just survive. Like, I don't think that capitalism alone can sustain that. I think culture needs to sustain that. I think everything comes out of values and collective kind of passed on cultural conditioning and psychology. That's really, I think, where the strength of this system can come from. If it can come from anywhere, it's going to be from that, not through simply the market itself. So discrimination against those that refuse to pay. Well, yeah, it would be like you would have to pay in if you want the benefits of that community, for sure. You would have to. It's like one of those collectivized banks where you have to pay in order to become a member of the bank, but then you get the benefits of that kind of shared common fund. Not like a bank. I mean, like a common fund sort of fraternal organization. You know what I'm talking about? The sort of the private welfare organizations that are like just people helping each other. You'd have to pay in order to receive the benefits of it, but that's why it would be conditioned for everyone to have to pay in. People with illnesses and disabilities, or people who express wrongthink and not buying into the guilt may end up ostracized. Yeah, it would definitely be that. I mean, and that would be kind of a big part of what enforces, what sort of incentivizes rather than enforce, incentivizes people to voluntarily join these organizations. Let's say we have a voluntary charitable association for God believers only, or for those who only want to associate with their race. Yeah, they would develop those probably. That would make sense. And then it would be up to the other people to develop their own organization. I think we've seen, though, that, like, for instance, missionaries and religious people trying to, convert other people tend to be quite understanding of other cultures and tend to be quite willing to accept people in. And so I think you would end up getting a lot of kind of fraternal organizations like that emerging too. You would get the racist ones. You would get the extreme cult ones, but you would also get the much more friendly ones. But, it would all depend, like, then those can develop into coercive institutions as well. And there wouldn't then be an authority to prevent that from happening. And so you would end up in a situation where you might not be born into a good one. You might have to shop around a bit to find one that's not insane, because these sort of mind viruses can take over these communities and they can turn them into really ugly things. So I don't know if it's a great idea, but it's certainly something that could happen, I think. The people that don't would probably be gangsters and stuff because they don't want the state help anyways. Things like roads, they'd have to pay a lot for that if they wanted to even get in a car. Well, the roads would be... The roads would be for only the people who pay into the system that builds the roads. Or if you don't pay into the system, maybe they can charge a toll for those roads, for access to those roads. Now, I think that would probably be bad for the economy. I think that would probably stifle commerce a little bit. But, in the old days, they would do that. Like in medieval times, you would have to pay tolls to get in and out of cities. You would have to pay tolls to get in and out of markets, to travel on roads. So it's not that different from the way it used to be. And those societies functioned okay. Maybe not quite as efficiently as ours, but they still manage to make money. Aha, marketplace of ideas. Yeah, it would actually kind of be a marketplace of ideas in a more literal sense. Shopping around for an intentional community. Yeah. Yeah. You'd have to find one that you like. But I think that people are generally good-willed enough that you would end up finding a lot of good ones, you know, or at least ones that are okay. So it's a different way. It's a different way of doing it. Maybe it's worth thinking about, but I don't know if it's really a good idea or not.
Thing is, it would be entirely voluntary, entirely non-coercive, and so therefore it wouldn't be classed as a state. It would be called an association.
My dad
Thus,
just texted
if you
me.
were headed in the ANCAP direction but you were turned off by the anarchism part, you can now breathe a sigh of relief because this does fix the problem that you had with it.
Oh, it looks like he's watching my stream. Maybe, because he's talking about libertarianism. He says libertarianism is just such total bullshit because they don't want to pay their fair share but want all the benefits of other people's taxes. It's the most dishonest stance there is. They're all just anarchists who can be that because they don't have to live in anarchy. Perhaps, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would be that uncharitable to it, but I don't know if they necessarily want benefits that they don't pay for, but certainly they're with a lot of people, like conservatives, there's a lot of hypocrisy on those matters, especially like the crony capitalist types, who a lot of libertarians don't like either.
And if anarcho-capitalism does have these associations, then I'm happy to say that I am in alignment with anarcho-capitalism. I won't call myself an ANCAP for reasons I'll explain later, so I'm still sticking to the free market guy thing for now, or maybe volunteerist, but I am effectively on board. I'd much prefer volunteerist associations than coercive states, and I can imagine such a system working in reality. However, despite this, I am going to have to push back on this definition of a state. So according to Murray Rothbard, the state is coercive by definition, and if it's not coercive, it's not a state. But is this really the case? Liquid Zulu has a video titled, Yes, Socialism is when the government does stuff, and how state capitalism doesn't exist. I agree with him entirely with what he said in that video. However, the argument Zulu made was that the dictionary definitions were the correct ones, which is interesting. I actually have an entire video explaining the definition of socialism and capitalism, my public versus private video, so I can confirm it's not just the dictionary definitions, it's the rest of the historical literature as well. But yes, socialism is when the state controls the economy and society. Socialism is social ownership of the means of production. Or in other words,
I mean, in a sense. There is a sense in which socialism is when the government does stuff, but I think that it's also a lot more than that, and there's like a whole philosophy behind socialism, and it means something. It has like a lot of significance that people leave out when they just like for instance, I saw this sticker one time in the park across the street that said what was it, like something about like socialism is a great idea until you run out of billionaires to tax or something, you know. And it's stuff like that just shows that a lot of people who say this kind of thing don't actually have any understanding of, you know, what people mean when they call themselves socialists, or what the socialist ideology is. Maybe they understand one aspect of the socialist machinery, which is redistribution of wealth, but that's only, you know, that's only a small part of the picture.
The words, when the Goverskin does stuff. So I am in agreement with Zulu on this point. The problem is that the dictionary definition of what a state is...
Let's see. What if one voluntarist association has as their belief the elimination of other associations? At that point, well, the elimination of other associations, or just coercion. Because if it becomes coercive in the sense that they force other people to become part of their association, then it basically becomes a state. And then it's up to the other associations to prevent that kind of association from taking over all the other ones. So yeah, you would end up with a conflict like that, maybe. Socialism is we are all equal, but some are more equal. Authoritarianism is we are not all equal. Well, okay. Hypocritical socialism is that. Yes. And in that sense, authoritarianism, in some senses, can be less hypocritical than socialism, because it straight up says, yeah, we're not all equal. Whereas socialism often lies about it. But yeah, that's again a pretty slim reading of the situation, an Orwellian look at the dynamics at play. I think it's, you know, not every socialist idea or philosophy or system or program is Orwellian.
Does not mention coercion. The dictionary is varied, but the essential definition is that a state is a politically organized community on a given piece of territory. That definition is backed up by the historical sources. Again, see my public versus private video. And the idea goes like this. When humans gather together, they form hierarchies. These hierarchies, when they reach a certain size, get classed as public, which is when they become states. People argued over this, so I actually did a follow-up video titled Tick's Definitions Are Wrong about socialism and capitalism, and I ironed out some of the issues, but essentially
I think I saw
when
that
you
video. I
have
think
a
we reviewed
large
that one.
hierarchy of society, that is classed as a state. And so
I think that was the
have...
one. That was the one where I uploaded that on my main channel and called it like what did I call it? I called it like astonishing failure of human intellect or something. Something like that.
States within a state, which is a term used to describe some of the corporations like IG Farben.
It's really just addressing the political spectrum. I see it more as a circle. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by the circle of the political spectrum.
And it also applies to states that haven't got governments. So if the government of Germany collapses into total anarchy, we'd still call it Germany, because Germany is a state even if it hasn't got a government. Rothbard's definition isn't the mainstream definition, and it's not the historical definition either. He has changed the definition, which in theory is fine, but in this instance it leads to problems. The benefit of using the historical definition is that even if we have a tribe in the Amazon rainforest, let's call them the Liquid Zulus, and this tribe doesn't have money or taxation, it's just a bunch of people gathered together for protection and to form hunting parties, that tribe would still be classed as a state. When we say the Liquid Zulus, we are referring...
They can still have coercion even if they don't have taxation. So, but there's also, I think there are tribes in Nevada, like the Northern Paiute tribes, who didn't even have that. They didn't even have tribal leaders. They would sometimes defer to the advice of the elderly people in their community, but they didn't organize around chiefs.
To the tribe itself, and that is a state, regardless of the form of government. Germany is still Germany, even if the
Man, my cursor just keeps coming in and out, keeps appearing and disappearing, so I'm having trouble. Like Hassan is far left, but what is the real difference between him and Fuentes? They end up sounding similar and using each other's talking points. Well, sometimes, but that doesn't mean that they're the same. They disagree on a hell of a lot. They can sometimes sound similar because there is a thing called horseshoe theory where sometimes people on opposite sides think they're more different than they actually are, but they're still different. They're still not the same thing. I think the more apt word in that instance is nation. Yeah, nation has always been a tricky word because there was that joke that a nation is when the same people live in the same place, or sometimes in different places, and sometimes they're not the same people. Hey mate, just wanted to pop in and say you don't deserve the hate for your AI video. I found it interesting and liked your point of view, even though I still have concerns surrounding the topic. Well, ain't that the truth? I definitely didn't deserve the hate for that video, but I welcome it because it did make the video climb up the charts for sure. I think all the engagement that I gave to that video through responding to all the comments is what got that video up to 3,000 views probably. Conglomeration, confederacy. That AI video was really funny. That's what I meant by circle, but now we got the compass thing and maybe we can take it in 3D space even. Yeah, the compass is not so accurate either. I don't think that there's a way to diagram politics. I think that people just have different ideas, and even something like left and right is going to be misleading. I think people are just really obsessed with this idea of mathematically interpreting politics, and I think it's a mistake that kind of comes out of this French Revolution left-right dynamic. I think that because of the French Revolution and the fact that the left sat on the left side of the assembly and the right sat on the right side, now we have to view politics as a spectrum, and it's not really a gradient between one color and the other. That's not really how it works, and so you can't mathematically determine the shade on a gradient like you can on Photoshop. It's not really how it works. All publicity is good publicity. Not always, but in that case, it might have been. The comments were gold. They're certainly fun to respond to. It was, yeah, a lot of people just proved themselves incapable of having imagination and being able to think about the future beyond. Like, there's this big fallacy that people think that the way AI is right now is going to be the way it is in a few years. And why do you think that? I mean, it's different from how it was a few years ago today. So why wouldn't it keep changing? People have no imaginations. I think if the state is removed, then foreign influence would probably just implement their preferred form of state. Oh, yeah, like, once you have a vacuum, then, other governments are going to come in and take advantage of that. That's a good point. And that's kind of the issue with communism, too. That was the problem with communism, is that it wouldn't work in one country. And so Trotsky was like, well, we got to have a worldwide revolution. It's like, okay, good luck with that. That's never going to happen. Like, he thought Stalin was wrong for just wanting to consolidate what they had. He thought that was unrealistic, but, like, who's being naive here? I think both of them were wrong. We got left, right, up, down, and z-axis, and why not more axes? Axes. I've become crippled, and AI is the only way I can do art really anymore. Plasma is my favorite state. All right. Oh, my cursor's gone, so I gotta scrub through the taskbar. There we go, and over. There we go.
Government of Germany collapses. Why? Because Germany itself is a state. The definition Murray Rothbard gives doesn't factor this in. Under his definition, no tribal state or city-state or nation-state could be called a state unless it has a coercive government. So Ancapistan couldn't be called a state, even though if you call it Ancapistan, you're actually acknowledging that it is a state, because a bunch of people that gather together in an area form a community or a society, and that society is the state. The people are the public, and the public is the state. So Ancapistan is a state even if there's no government. Let me put it this way. If I said that a city is only a city when there's taxation, that's obviously not correct.
Let me see what people think about that. I think the main problem I still have is that you're talking about whether or not there would be a state or association or whatever. In reality, it would most likely be competing firms, none of which do everything a state does, but might specialize. Different competing police firms, different competing fire departments, different competing courts, etc. See, this is the problem. Like, the version of this sort of ANCAP, or in a way almost ANCOM community I was talking about was more like the state is replicated by this voluntary fraternal association, and it would be smaller. It would have less power because it would have fewer resources, because it would all be voluntary and based on mutual association. It would be more local. But like this competition idea, I just don't. I feel like people wouldn't like that. I feel like the market would drive people away from this competitive business, private property mentality. I feel like the actual free market, maybe I'm becoming a mutualist. Maybe I'm becoming a prudent socialist from the early 19th century, because I'm feeling like a genuine free market, people would not be interested in like entrusting their money with these private capital owners. They would want to entrust their money with fraternal organizations that had their best interest in mind, because everyone had a stake in them and were voluntarily kind of involved in directing, the functioning of those organizations. I mean, you would still have people trading and making products and stuff, but it would not be. I just don't think I don't think this strategy would win out as a popular strategy. Like, yeah, just give it to all these avaricious, competitive people fighting against each other. I don't know. Like, that just doesn't seem realistic to me. I feel like anarcho-capitalists are applying the principles of capitalism to anarchy when maybe they're not really very compatible. I think maybe anarchy would have its own sort of organization that would be probably more along the lines of what the the real anarchists, the anarcho-communists believe, rather than the libertarians. I feel like it couldn't sustain itself like that. People would just naturally drift away from that kind of thing. They would want to spend their money on something that actually is gonna be more trustworthy to them. What's the plural of axis? It's axes, says Google. Yeah, it's axes. There would be nothing to prevent a monopoly of those efforts. Makes me think of enshiftification. Enshittification. I read that wrong. Enshittification. I don't really know what that means. I give my money to my buddy Greg, and he gives me his money in a giant money train of sharing. There you go. Type A personalities would have their avaricious competitive associations, and the rest of us would have our market socialist communes. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing what Proudhon was talking about now. I used to not understand mutualism at all, because I was like, wait a minute, the free market creates socialism, huh? But if there's no state and everything is a voluntary association, yeah, naturally people would want to invest their money in something that they can trust, and something that they trust is something that they have a share in responsibility over, and a democratic sort of mutual participation in, with community and whatnot. That would be a sort of, it would have that kind of cult element to it, where everyone's sort of socially coerced, if not literally coerced, into joining it. I feel like that would win out just competitively over the more avaricious organizations. Because, like, what are they offering? What are they offering? They're offering less security over your investment. That's my mentality on it. What makes money exist with no state, though? It would have to be like bartering. I think people would invent their own money. I don't think there ever really was a straight up barter society. I think people have always had different forms of money. There would be some kind of money. Money is kind of easy to make. It's not a big hurdle, I don't think. Maybe it's difficult to manage, but on a small enough scale, and with it backed up by something of value, it could probably work. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Enshittification is the tendency for a superior offering to crush all competitions, to then give an inferior service once cornering the market, like Uber. Okay. Yeah, that's like, that's a common thing. That's like YouTube, YouTube kind of did that. They created a monopoly, and now they can do whatever they want, because there's no other market for videos online. that's really as, because the thing is, everyone's going to want to put their videos on the biggest service to get the most exposure, and so few people are going to invest their effort into the smaller services, which is, I think, a mistake, because you don't have to only invest in the small services. You can just maintain those on the side, but that's more labor. Like, for instance, I have my Rumble account, and I don't upload everything to the Rumble account. And part of it is because they have worse upload speeds, a lot of these things. I'm not sure about Rumble specifically, but a lot of these websites have worse upload speeds. Like, that was the problem with DTube. So, yeah, it's just more labor adding on to what you're already doing with YouTube. I should probably upload more to Rumble. I should probably put everything I make on Rumble at the same time as YouTube, and that would probably, like, but the thing is, it's not really going to profit me much because few people are on there who are going to be interested in the kind of videos I'm making. It's mostly right-wing people on Rumble. So it's kind of a tricky situation where the only real people who are en masse interested in a YouTube alternative right now are right-wingers. I can invest my collection of plastic bags. Plastic bags are going to the moon. Every social media platform has shitified. Rumble is a hellscape. All right.
Correct, right? A city is a condensed collection of people and buildings in an area, and it has nothing to do with taxation. And similarly, if I said that a state is only a state when there's taxation, that's not true either. A state is an organized collection of people in a given area. So the state still exists whether taxation happens or not. Now, you might argue that a state has to be politically organized in order for it to be classed as a state, not just organized. But the word politics comes from the word...
I knew he was going to make this argument.
Polis, which means city. Politics is the affairs of the city, or in modern terms, it's the affairs of society.
Yep.
And what is this society? It's the people. Politics is the affairs of the people, because the people are the public and the public is the state.
Watching Tick History has made me realize how difficult it is to define what a state is.
This is the people together.
Because a state is clearly something that's different from a corporation. But because Tick History is very semantically reductive, if he can't come up with a semantical argument for the state being different from a publicly traded company, then publicly traded companies are all states to him. And thus, everything that you can say about a state must also be applicable to a publicly traded company. So it's kind of that semantical trap where he ends up misusing words because he's obsessed with defining words. And if it's difficult to define words, then instead of just saying, well, maybe this concept is a little bit vague, but it's definitely, we know what it isn't. We know what it is and we know what it isn't. Instead of saying that, he's just like, well, I guess everything goes, it's just a big free-for-all, grab bag. All these things are the state, sure. Yeah.
In a given area, a society. And if it's economically organized...
money could still be used as a form of barter, though I think a lot of trade would be conducted as favors, i.e., I mow your grass and in exchange you give me a meal and a cold drink kind of deal. Yeah, probably a lot of that would end up happening too, more so than what we have currently. We live in a society, I hear. Yeah, let's just become sovereign citizens and then we can be our own corporation free from driving. From driving?
That would still result in societal organization and therefore would count as political organization as well. I know you're going to argue against that, but let me put it in a different way. If you economically organize society, you have organized the polis. You have organized...
I've got another text. Oh. You mentioned your main channel. Do you have another one besides Forever Dirt? Yes, it's called Forever Dirt Reacts. It's where I put my stream clips. When I do these streams, I'll often clip these. And because I have so many of them that I want to be able to put up, and I don't want to spam them all on my Forever Dirt channel, I have another one called Forever Dirt Reacts, and it's linked on my channel. Your assessment of that ANCAP guy was great. I really enjoy watching your intellect in action. Well, thank you, Dad. Thank you very much.
the people, the state.
It's fun.
Thus, you have politically organized...
And I enjoy watching this guy's videos, Tick History. He's entertaining.
...state, economically. Economics is a form of political organization. The socialists have figured this out, and so we should too. Economics is a form of politics because you're organizing society, and it's the society that's the state. It's maybe not the government, but it is the state. And, okay, let's just say we don't call them states, but associations, and they're entirely voluntary. These associations would still be political. Politics emerges from society, and associations would still be classed as states even if they're not coercive. You might think that the definitions are muddled, and you're right. The terms themselves are muddled, and that's not me doing that, that's just how things have been defined over millennia. So again, watch my public versus private video for more information. But the mainstream definition of a state allows us to say, you see that society over there, that tribe, that nation, that city? Well, that is a state. Rothbard's definition doesn't allow us to say that. His is entirely based on whether it's coercive or not. Now, you might say, okay, let's change the definition to reflect this. But hold on, if we're allowed to change the definitions, then surely the socialists are also allowed to change definitions as well. Liquid Zulu cannot argue that we should change the definition of a state to reflect Rothbard's view, whilst also arguing that...
Yeah, I think perhaps maybe we're getting a little bit too obsessed with definitions here. I mean, definitions can have utility for sure, but I think we all should know what we're talking about when we talk about a state. Like, we're talking about stuff like, the government of France, the government of the United Kingdom, We're talking about the United States government. We might even be talking about the organization of Rojava. We know what we mean when we're talking about states. It's not like we need definitions to be ultra specific in order to figure out what we're talking about. And so instead of saying, well, I can't define state well enough to make a very clean sort of picture, and so I have to then sort of mangle our idea of state in order to be semantically perfect. I think at that point you are putting communication beneath semantics in your priorities. Like, semantics at this point matters to you more than actually communicating the ideas that you're trying to communicate. And this is a common trap that I see people fall into all the time. And it's very easy to fall into because we like being very logical, and we like being ordered, and we like categorizing things so that we can understand them, because we have this belief that if we categorize something, then we can understand it, then we can kind of conquer it in a way. But I think in some ways, language might be more of a limitation than an actual utility, and this is a good example of that.
Socialists are not allowed to change the definition of socialism to it's not when the government does stuff, it's when puppy dogs and rainbows happen, or whatever they want to change it to. By changing the definition, you're opening the door to a subjectivist, postmodernist insanity.
Oh, God. The purpose is communication, so semantic argument is weird. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just a common mistake. I think people put too much focus on the semantics and not enough focus on the communication, because it gets kind of absurd. Like, we all know what we're talking about when we talk about a state. It might be a good thought experiment to figure out how to define a state properly, but if the definition that you've come up with doesn't if it's not good enough to really serve what we're talking about, then maybe just the definition isn't good enough. But you can spend all your time worrying about getting a better and better definition, or you can just communicate normally. State can be many things. It doesn't need a strict definition. As long as we know what we're telling each other, it works and it's fine. Yeah, pretty much. Just ask, what do you mean by word? Yeah, when you talk about words, what do you mean when you talk about words? It's kind of like that. Like, everyone knows what a word is. Natural tendency to systematize our thoughts. Yeah, it's a natural thing.
But even if you say we are justifying changing the definition, and the socialists are not, we're not justified. When we come together economically, we form a society. That society is the state. And association, non-coercive, is a society, and society is the state. And association is a state. So coercion is not essential to the formation or maintenance of society, the state. It might be that every government that has ever been used coercion, but an association would still be a government. So Rothbard's definition of coercion, meaning state, doesn't work. It's just not correct. And I have another problem with this redefinition. I'm not someone who thinks that language should stand still, but I do think that the purpose of language is to communicate, not to obfuscate. Words may evolve their meanings over time, but
That's
I think
true.
Rothbard has created his own definition of what a state is, and that's causing a miscommunication. When he said rational, he meant purposeful.
I think that maybe Tick thinks that he's communicating a lot of the time when he's actually obfuscating. He thinks that other people are obfuscating, but I think a lot of the time it's actually he who is doing the obfuscation, unfortunately. So there's a lot of miscommunication with Tick's videos. And if he would just use words the way other people use them, I think he would have an easier time.
And thus caused a miscommunication. And when he said state, he meant forceful government, which is not the same thing. And thus he has created another miscommunication. And by changing the meaning of the word state, Rothbard was then able to adopt the word anarchy for his ideas, which causes even more confusion. I mean, it's not just me. Most people still will not define the state as being coercive because that's not the dictionary definition, and it's just not the definition that people are using. They see the state as the central government or authority, which is why the dictionary definition reflects that and doesn't reflect Rothbard's coercion idea. So this isn't anarchy, it's volunteerism, but it's not anarchy. And I know Liquid Zulu said anarchy is no ruler or no authority, but there would still be rulers and authorities. They're called associations, apparently. And as Hopper said, in the absence of a state, insurance companies would step up to defend their clients and thus fund militaries. Maybe we'll call these associations. Well, while they may not technically enforce taxation, those insurance companies would be the authorities. They would be the rulers. They would be the associations, the states. So this...
For the U.S., a state is defined by the Constitution and is a legal term. In the U.S., there's two different definitions of state. There is the meaning when we talk about the Secretary of State, and that's for the federal government. And then there are also states within the federal government that are their own devolved governments. So we have two different ideas of state as used by the U.S. government.
This isn't anarchy, it's only anarchy under Rothbard's incorrect definition. And I also remain firm in my conviction that the term capitalism is bad. What I didn't mention in the last video, but have explained this before, is that the term capitalism doesn't just mean free market, it's actually an anti-Semitic term.
Whoa! Hang on. Let's hear that again.
Isn't anarchy, it's only anarchy under Rothbard's incorrect definition. And I also remain firm in my conviction that the term capitalism is bad. What I didn't mention in the last video, but have explained this before, is that the term capitalism doesn't just mean free market, it's actually an anti-Semitic term.
I mean, didn't Adam Smith write about capitalism back in the day? Am I wrong about that? Didn't he use that word? Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I think maybe we'll watch this one next, because this is also on the playlist. Karl Marx's Anti-Semitism. I believe it's on here. Yep, it's right there.
In his book On the Jewish Question, Karl Marx said, "Money is the jealous god of Israel, besides which no other god may exist."
He then says in Das Kapital that money, the Jewish god, becomes capital. And then says that those that chase capital are the capitalists. In other words, those that chase the Jewish god are the capitalists. He's saying that the capitalists are the Jews.
Okay, yeah, Karl Marx apparently was very anti-Semitic, which is ironic because I've also heard that Karl Marx was Jewish.
Capitalism, therefore, for Karl Marx, is Judaism. Das Kapital is the Jew, or the Jewish God. That's literally what it means. That's how Karl Marx defined it.
Yeah, but like, are you getting all your definitions from Karl Marx now? Like, I don't understand that. Why does what Karl Marx wrote about capitalism matter to you? You're someone who doesn't take his opinion seriously in any other respect, but now because he has an opinion on capitalism being of the Jew, that means capitalism is an anti-Semitic term? I don't understand this line of logic.
So, the term capitalism is actually an anti-Semitic smear for Judaism. Marx hates the bourgeoisie, the people who lived in boroughs, towns, townfolk, because they couldn't own land in Christian Europe. They also practiced usury, the lending of money and charging interest.
I mean, they're also burghers, you know, or gentry, we could say. There are a lot of different words for this, you know. Merchants. They're not all Jewish. I mean, this is quite a stretch.
Which was banned by the Christian Pope. So the only people who could be the money changers, as Karl Marx called them, were the Jews. Marx is...
The word borgari in Icelandic just means citizen.
Literally saying that the people whose sole motive is the accumulation of more money, the Jewish God, are the Jews. And he calls them the capitalists or the bourgeoisie or whatever other word he wants to use to mask the anti-Semitism. And people fell for it. So, because of anti-Semitism, the ideas of capitalism and Judaism are inseparable. And since I am neither Jewish nor anti-Semitic, I have no reason to adopt the anti-Semitic slur word capitalism. And while Liquid Zulu argues that we should embrace the term because the propaganda machine of the left will just make a mockery.
So, So what did Karl Marx invent the word capitalism? Is that what's going on? Because I never knew that. I thought that Adam Smith invented it. The word capital has its roots in 13th century France. The term capitalist, meaning owner of capital, appears earlier than the term capitalism and dates back to the mid-17th century. Capitalism is derived from capital, which evolved from capitale. Well, when does capitalist occur? We can see where capital occurs, but capitalist, capitalism, where does that come from? And on the third day, capitalism made me get a job.
Of whatever new terms we adopt, I disagree strongly in this instance because the term capitalism is inherently anti-Semitic. It comes from old-fashioned anti-Semitism. It was coined by the anti-Semites, the socialists and Marxists as well. And
Okay.
it's remarkable that so many people have...
Well, apparently Karl Marx invented the term capitalism. 'Cause that's what he's saying. Capital is the French root. I'm limited by words. Mid-17th century England. I can only send so many. Well, then don't waste them telling me how many you can send. I know how the YouTube chat works. Mid-17th century England is where capitalism was used. Okay, so he's lying then. Because if that's true, then Tix is just lying about the history of the word capitalism. That's like when I remember someone was trying to lie to me about where the term homosexuality came from, because he was trying to say that people used to call it homophilia, and then homosexuality was like a politically correct rebranding of that. And then I actually just Googled it and found on Wiktionary that was wrong, and that the term homosexuality predates homophilia. And then he tried to deflect from that by being all silly. I don't know, being very immature about it, instead of just admitting that he was wrong. Didn't see Jew used anywhere. Well, it wouldn't be used on Wikipedia because, we all know who runs that website, JJ McCullough will tell you all about that. All right, let's watch this Karl Marx's anti-Semitism.
In his anti-Semitic book on the Jewish question, Karl Marx said, "What is the worldly cult of the Jew? Huckstering. What is his worldly god? Money. Money is the jealous god of Israel, besides which no other god may exist." He also says, Christ drove the Jewish money changers out of the temple, and that the money changers of our age enlisted on the side of tyranny happened again to be Jews is perhaps no more than a historic coincidence. We discern in Judaism a universal anti-social element of the present time. As soon as society succeeds in abolishing the empirical essence of Judaism, huckstering and its conditions, the Jew becomes impossible.
Yeah, I mean, Karl Marx didn't like religion altogether. So it kind of makes sense that if he came from a Jewish background, the religion that he would be criticizing the most would be Judaism. I think it reads a little bit differently when you know that, than if this were just some Gentile talking about it. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't really read right today. It still feels pretty bad that he's even if it's his own culture, him just kind of demonizing the whole culture of Judaism.
Because his consciousness no longer has an object. The social emancipation of the Jew is the emancipation of society from Judaism. Karl Marx also hated on individual Jews personally, such...
I mean, he said the social emancipation of the Jew is the emancipation of society from Judaism. So that's... It kind of seems like he's trying to indicate that that he's not against Jews, he's just against Judaism. Which is kind of like saying, you know, well, it's like anything. It's like, I'm not against Muslims, I'm against Islam, you know. So it's like a cultural anti-chauvinism in a way. Like he finds his own cultural background unpalatable or something.
Judaism. Karl Marx also hated on individual Jews personally, such as his words against Joseph Moses Levy, the publisher of the Daily Telegraph. The Weekly Mail maintains...
Of course, this is all assuming that Karl Marx was from a Jewish background, which I'm not even sure he was. It's something I've heard before. He might have just been like one of these sort of Gentiles who maybe had a Jewish ancestor, but never really lived in a Jewish community, never really was accustomed to the Jewish ways. So it might not even be fair to say that this is his background he's talking about. So there's a lot of uncertainty here for me, because I just don't know a whole lot about Marx.
Is that although Levy really fools no one, he has changed I into Y, and it is true that among the 22,000 Levites whom Moses counted in the journey through the wilderness, there was not a single Levi who spelled his name with a Y. Just as Edmund Simon spares no effort to be regarded as belonging to the Romance people, so Levy is determined to be an Anglo-Saxon. Therefore, at least once a month, he attacks the un-English policies of Mr. Disraeli. For Disraeli, the Asiatic mystery is, unlike the Telegraph, not an Anglo-Saxon by descent. But what does it profit Levy to attack Mr. Disraeli and to change I into Y when Mother Nature has inscribed his origins in the clearest possible way right in the middle of his face? The nose of the mysterious stranger of Slackenbergius, see Tristram Shandy, who had got the finest nose from the promontory of noses, was just a 9 days wonder in Strasbourg, whereas Levy's nose provides conversation throughout the year in the city of London. And Engels...
Yeah, dude, this stuff is like it does not age well. It's definitely like the kind of thing you couldn't get away with these days. Coming after his Jewish nose. It is funny though. It's a funny bit of satire, but yeah, it would not be PC these days at all. I'm against religious extremism. It seems like he's a self-hating Jew from what I've been looking at. His parents were Jews but didn't really believe they were culturally Jewish. Okay. So it's like a half-Jewish background. He's not, he wasn't from a religious family, but he was from a Jewish family that was culturally Jewish. His father converted to Lutheranism in order to get a government job. Okay. So the contrast against Judaism would make some sense in that context. Yeah. So he was sort of like half in, half out of the community, I guess. Like a Bernie Sanders, maybe.
Praises this book and this passage, as does Marxists.org, describing it as one of the most brilliant of Marx's writings. In one letter to Engels, Marx also called someone a Jewish N-word. And in his last book, Das Kapital, Volume 1, Karl Marx says...
I mean, I know that Engels lived in London for a while. Marx, I believe, also did, if I'm not mistaken, live in London. So he would have known some English. But the N-word at that time in the UK, I don't think had the kind of significance that it had across the ocean in America. And what version of the N-word was he using? Was it the straight up Nigger, or was it a different spelling? Was he rendering it in German? There's a lot of questions I have to ask about this, because I'm not totally convinced by this idea that Marx called someone a Jewish nigger, and that had exactly the kind of connotation at that time and place in what language he was writing in that it has now in modern American English. You know what I'm saying? There's a little bit of gray area here where, unless you know the context, it's a little bit fuzzy. Like this could be misleading the way he's describing it.
The capitalist knows that all commodities, however scurvy they may look or however badly they may smell, are in faith and in truth money.
So the contrast against Judaism would make some sense in that context. Marx also lived in New York for a year or two. Okay. Yeah, so I imagine his English was pretty good then. If he lived in London and in New York. It was Nimrod in the 1850s. All right.
Inwardly circumcised Jews, and what is more, a wonderful means whereby
Inwardly circumcised Jews. Let me read this again. The capitalist knows that all commodities, however scurvy they may look, or however badly they may smell, are in faith and in truth money. Inwardly circumcised Jews, and what is more, a wonderful means whereby out of money to make more money. I have no idea what he means. I have no idea what this sentence means at all.
out of money to make more money. There are even more anti-Semitic statements by Karl Marx.
If I knew what this statement meant, then I could maybe determine whether it's anti-Semitic or not. But I have no idea what this means.
Besides those shown here. But I'm going to go back to the first quote because I think this one is the key to understanding why Karl Marx hated the Jews. What is the worldly cult of the Jew? Huckstering. What is his worldly god? Money. Money is the jealous god of Israel, besides which no other god may exist. In order to understand this passage in full, context is needed. We first need to understand what Karl Marx means when he says money. In Das Kapital Volume 1, Karl Marx makes it clear over and over that he thinks money is a commodity.
I think it's like when you cut $1 in half and it becomes $2. Yeah, I don't know.
The shortest quote I have on this is that money is a commodity is therefore a new discovery. He goes on to say that when money is used to buy and sell commodities, it becomes capital. And it is the person whose sole motive is the accumulation of more and more money, capital or profit, that makes someone a capitalist. So, in this passage, Karl Marx is saying that money is capital, and that capitalism is Judaism. To Karl Marx, the Jews are the capitalists. Money, in Karl Marx's eyes, is the Jewish god, and Karl Marx thinks that their sole motive is the accumulation of more money, which Karl Marx says is what a capitalist does. So, money, which is capital in Karl Marx's eyes, is Judaism. In other words, capitalism is Judaism, and Judaism is capitalism. That's why when Karl Marx refers to the capitalists, he's actually referring to the Jews.
Yeah, it's a little bit reductive. I think maybe he's using a little bit of figurative language there. I don't think that Karl Marx would say that every capitalist is a Jew. But I think he was trying to make a point that the Jewish culture is highly kind of capitalistic and avaricious, and that he didn't like that, and that if in the same way, like the Amazing Atheist made this point, which I found funny, that he was like, I hesitate to say that there even really is any kind of Christian extremism in this country, because it seems like nobody cares about Jesus anymore. All they care about is Trump. It's just Trump this, Trump that. It seems like Jesus doesn't even matter to these people anymore. I think that's kind of the point that Karl Marx is making with the Jews and capitalism and money, that they seem to care about money more than they actually even care about their own religion. So it might as well be money that is the jealous God of Israel. I think that, based on those quotes, I think that's what he was trying to say there. No matter what it is, it all looks like money to capitalists. I just solved the Jewish question. You're welcome, Marx.
We can see this in several other...
So he keeps quoting this book on the Jewish question. He's not actually providing a synopsis of this book so far. He's not like explaining Marx's points and opinions and arguments methodically, in the way he structured him to make the argument he was making. He's not explaining the book so far. All he's doing is pulling quotes out of this book. He's just quote mining this book, basically. He's like, what quotes can I pull out of this book to make it look evil and anti-Semitic, and then make socialism look evil and anti-Semitic, and make these sort of tautologies. But yeah, it's feeling kind of fishy right now. It's feeling a bit propagandistic in that way so far. But we're only 4 minutes and 25 seconds into this 30-minute video, so it might get a little bit more clear as we go.
The passages, including this one again, which at first glance doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The capitalist knows that all commodities,
I'm glad he
however
pointed
scurvy
that out.
they may look or however badly they may smell, are in faith and in truth money, inwardly circumcised Jews, and what is more, a wonderful means whereby out of money to make more money. Think about it. Why would commodities be, quote, inwardly circumcised Jews, end quote? It doesn't really make any sense on its own. But now that we know that Karl Marx thinks capitalists are Jews and that capitalists produce commodities, we can piece this together to discover the true message of what Karl Marx is saying here. As he's already admitted, when he says capitalist, he means Jews.
Okay.
And when he says commodities, he actually means the products of the Jews, or the offspring of the Jews. So, if we replace the words with their actual meaning, this quote actually reads, "The Jews know that their offspring are inwardly circumcised Jews."
But what does that mean? What does inwardly circumcised mean? You haven't explained that either.
And now, this passage makes sense. In this next quote,
No, it doesn't. That still doesn't make any sense. What is an inwardly circumcised Jew?
Karl Marx uses the word Pharisee, which means a member of an ancient Jewish sect. The Pharisee of a capitalist, represented by one of his servants, accompanies this action, of course, with the unctuous phrase, "That's for mother," yet he knows well enough that the poor children must sit up and help. Karl Marx is saying here that the Pharisee of a capitalist, in other words the Jewishness of a capitalist, is on show when he gives work to one of his servants.
Okay, so the Jewishness of a capital, I can see that. It's represented by one of his servants. Accompanies this action, of course, with the unctuous phrase, "That's for mother," yet he knows well enough that the poor children must sit up and help. Again, I don't know what he's talking about. I feel like this is following up on something that he's saying, and I don't understand what this means. Like, I'm missing some context here.
And this is
Like, what action is he talking about?
confirmation that Marx believes that the Jews are the capitalists and that the capitalists are the Jews.
All right, we get the point, but like you're taking these quotes that don't make sense and then you're explaining them and they still don't make sense, but you're just stopping at the point where you can make a Jewish connection and then moving on to the next one. It doesn't actually help us understand the text very well, and it just feels like you're distorting and manipulating this text for your own purposes. As he believed that the Jewish economic practices and communal identity were a product of their historical exclusion from the broader political sphere, not an inherent characteristic of Judaism itself. Essentially, he saw the solution to the Jewish question as a societal transformation through classless communist society rather than individual religious reform. So he saw that so he thought that the sort of the way that the community developed, not just economically but culturally as an isolated community, was because of their political exclusion. The book was a commentary on the project of Jewish political emancipation in Europe.
He then drives this point home here. In striking contrast with the great fact that the shortening of the hours of labour of women and children in English factories was exacted from capital by the male operatives, we find in the latest reports of the Children's Employment Commission traits of the operative parents in relation to the traffic in children that are truly revolting and thoroughly like slave dealing. But the Pharisee, or Jewishness, of a capitalist as made...
You know what's ironic about this is that Tick said in his video about why Hitler was a socialist that the only difference between the Nazi ideology and Bolshevism was the Jewish question. But here he seems to be kind of contradicting that, because now he's making the argument that Bolshevism and the entirety of the Marxist tradition was inherently anti-Semitic from the beginning.
May be seen from the same reports, denounces this brutality which he himself creates, perpetrates and exploits, and which he moreover baptizes freedom of labour. Infant labour has been called into aid, even to work for their own daily bread. Without strength to endure such disproportionate toil, without instruction to guide their future life, they have been thrown into a situation physically and morally polluted. The Jewish historian has remarked upon the overthrow of Jerusalem by Titus that it was no wonder it should have been destroyed with such a signal destruction when an inhuman mother sacrificed their own offspring to satisfy their cravings of absolute hunger. So again, we have confirmation here that Karl Marx thinks that the capitalists are the Jews, and the whole of Das Kapital is anti...
The Jewish historian has remarked upon the overthrow of Jerusalem by Titus that it was no wonder it should have been destroyed with such a signal destruction when an inhuman mother sacrificed her own offspring to satisfy the cravings of absolute hunger. No wonder it should have been destroyed with such a signal destruction when an inhuman mother sacrificed her own offspring to satisfy the cravings of absolute hunger. So now what I'm wondering is he talking about, is this Jewish historian, whoever it is he talking about like when the Goths were crossing the Danube and they had to sell their children for dogs to eat? Or is he talking about literally a mother killing her child to eat it? I'm not sure which of those he's referring to. But is he saying that... Yeah, again, like, there's no context for this. I have no idea what point he's making, or even really what this Jewish historian's point was. And also, I don't know why he's bringing up this passage in this video? Like, what point is he making with it? I'm very confused right now.
Semitic through and through. Here's another quote. It is not...
What was that about? Like, what was the point of including that? What does that even mean? Okay, it's not because he is a leader of industry that man is a capitalist. On the contrary, he is a leader of industry because he is a capitalist. The leadership of industry is an attribute of capital. Just as in feudal times, the functions of general and judge were attributes of landed property. So he's talking about if you own the thing, then your function is power over the thing. And so it's the ownership that leads to the power rather than having the creative energy to lead in industry, granting you ownership, I guess is what he means. I don't know. That feels like a bit of a reductive take in some senses, but I'm curious about how he's going to spin this in an anti-Semitic direction.
Because he is a leader of industry that a man is a capitalist. On the contrary, he is a leader of industry because he is a capitalist. The leadership of industry is an attribute of capital, just as in feudal times the functions of general and judge were attributes of landed property. At first glance, this doesn't make sense. Why would a capitalist be a leader of an industry simply by declaring himself to be a capitalist? That doesn't make sense.
No, he's talking about the capital. He's saying a capitalist is someone who owns capital. And therefore, because he has the ownership of that capital, he's in a position to lead industry rather than it being the other way around. I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying. I think it does make sense. But again, with more context, I think it would make more sense.
If I declare myself to be a capitalist, that doesn't make me a leader of industry. So clearly that's not what Karl Marx is saying. What Karl Marx has said in the previous quotes is that capitalists are Jews. And
this video is almost like straight up slander. This is like a really fucked up video. I can't believe he made this. This is crazy. He's quote mining. That's all this video is. He's quote mining Karl Marx and then using this connection between Judaism and capitalism to basically smear everything he said about capitalists as being anti-Semitic. This is crazy. Wow. Anyway, he's saying that Jewish culture sacrificed itself and prostrated itself to capitalism. The mother is a euphemism for the Jewish nation. The absolute hunger is capital. Whoa, I did not get that from that. Let me go back. The Jewish historian has remarked upon the overthrow of Jerusalem by Titus, that it was no wonder why it should have been destroyed with such a signal destruction when an inhuman mother, so that's the inhuman mother, according to you, is the Jewish nation. When the Jewish nation sacrificed her offspring to satisfy the cravings of capital. Okay, well, that's I guess maybe that's what he was saying. I have no idea what he's talking about, though, honestly. No idea.
way to interpret Karl Marx's anti-capitalism and anti-Semitism, which are the same thing. In another passage in Das Kapital, Karl Marx writes, "That Philistine paper, The Spectator, states that, after the introduction of a sort of partnership between capitalist and workmen in the Wirework Company of Manchester, the first result was a sudden decrease in waste, the men not seeing why they should waste their own property any more than any other masters. And waste is, perhaps, next to bad debts, the greatest source of manufacturing loss." The same paper finds that the main defect in the Rochdale cooperative experiments is this. They showed that associations of workmen could manage shops, mills, and almost all forms of industry with success, and they immediately improved the condition of the men, but then they did not leave a clear place for masters. Quella horror! So,
Ugh,
why would
bad
Marx feel the
pronunciation.
need to state that the spectator is Philistine? What relevance does this have? Well, it
Because the Philistines were against the Jews. Well, not the Jews at the time. Yeah, no, they were against the Israelites. So it's like the socialists are like the Philistines of the modern age because the Jews are the capitalists. I'm guessing is the point there. Yeah. Interesting. It's interesting how, clearly, this feels like a very anti-Semitic statement here. And so it's interesting just how kind of deep this sort of resentment ran with him.
It turns out that the historical Philistines were anti-Jewish and fought against the Jews. Karl Marx himself used the word Philistine to mean ethnically anti-Jewish rather than spiritually anti-Jewish. So, Marx is pointing out that the ethnically anti-Semitic newspaper, The Spectator, is praising the fact that the socialist experiments...
Wait, where did that come from? Ethnically anti-Semitic? Wait.
Spiritual word Philistine and fought against the Jews. Karl Marx himself used the word Philistine to mean ethnically anti-Jewish rather than
Is that true? Where do you get that idea? At this point, I don't trust anything this guy says. So, this claim, I don't know if this is true or not. Where did Karl Marx say this?
spiritually anti-Jewish. So, Marx is pointing out that the
What my takeaway from all this is that Marx was lamenting that the Jews of his day embraced capitalism. He had a lot of resentment of his own culture. Yeah, it does seem like he had a very strong kind of resentment of the direction that the Jews were taking their culture.
ethnically anti-Semitic newspaper, The Spectator, is praising the fact that the socialist experiments in Rochdale had left out the Jewish masters. Its hatred against the Jews and its praise of socialism gets rid of the Judeo-bourgeois class, and Karl Marx is on board with that, which is why he's sarcastic.
I think this phrase in French would be pronounced "Quelle horreur." Quelle horreur. That's how I would pronounce it.
Says that the main defect, meaning it wasn't really a defect, was that it got rid of the Jews, and then says source of horror at the end, as in shock, horror, really, meaning, of course, socialism got rid of the Jews. So I think it should be quite clear to you all by now that Karl Marx uses the word capitalist to hide the word Jew, as a way to hide his...
No. That has not been made clear at all by this. In fact, I think it seems much more the case that he was drawing a link between capitalism and Judaism to criticize both of them at the same time in this paper, and to criticize how much the Jewish culture has kind of embraced the capitalist ethos, but not in an effort to persecute the Jews, but rather in an effort to liberate the Jews, as he himself is one of them who has liberated himself from this paradigm, and he wishes to do that to all the other ones. That seems much more likely. And by the way, Tick has not yet, in this video, brought up the fact that Karl Marx was Jewish. I wonder why. I wonder if he's going to bring that up.
Anti-Semitism in plain sight. His greatest book, Das Kapital, The Capital, means the money commodity, in Karl Marx's own words. Karl Marx says money is the jealous god of Israel, that money is the Jewish religion, and so Das Kapital literally means the Jewish religion, or just simply the Jew. Das Kapital is the Jew.
What does this remind me of? This reminds me of those guys like, let me see if I can find an example of what I'm talking about. There's this one guy on YouTube who I'm thinking of, but I don't know his name. He's like the prophet of the end times, I think. He's like a guy who considers himself like a prophet of the end times on YouTube. Whoa. Liam from One Direction is dead? Oh no! Did you guys know that? I just found that out. Liam from One Direction died. That's crazy. He was arguing for an alternative form of political emancipation for Jews through communism. Yeah, okay. So I'm not finding this guy, but anyway, he'll like make all these spurious connections, like looking at One Direction music videos and like looking at, oh, there's like 4 people carrying a red chair that they symbolize the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and trying to make the argument that this is like an Illuminati thing, like the Illuminati talking about the end times through this One Direction video, just by making all these stupid connections. That's what this feels like. It feels like some really insane conspiratorial garbage. He fell out of a window. Man, that's insane. Liam. My boy Liam is dead.
Jew. The entire thing is an anti-Semitic hit piece, disguised with euphemisms and doublespeak to hide its true meaning. The true believers, the anti-Semites, the Marxists, of course, know what their real socialism is. At its core, it's anti-Semitism. The fundamental belief of anti-capitalism is that the capitalists are stealing wealth off the workers. This is untrue because value is subjective, not based on labour, but to a racist, it is true because a racist who isn't a money changer and therefore has little idea about money believes that the workers, people who are not Jews, put the value of their labour into the products that they produce. And they believe that the Jews...
But he was one of them, and he knew he was one of them, so he's not racist in a sense of like race as a heritable construct. I mean, concept. I mean, the only way you can consider him racist is if you kind of like expand the idea of racism to be more about culture. He could be culturally racist, I guess, which I guess is not a totally wrong thing to do, but it is misleading when you don't have that context that he is still not provided, that Karl Marx was Jewish. Like, why aren't you talking about this?
Jews don't work and just make money from the money they already have. They're the money changers. So, the racist believes that the Jewish money changers are stealing off everyone else in society. This is factually untrue, but hopefully you can see now how this fundamental belief is at the core of socialist ideology. Anti-capitalism comes from anti-Semitism. The two concepts are entwined and are one and the same. And when Karl Marx says the word bourgeoisie,
But they're
he
obviously
actually means
not
two
one and
things.
the same.
First,
They are obviously not one and the same because there are countless examples of socialists being virulently against anti-Semitism. So you can't just say that they're one and the same when they're just demonstrably not. Even if this guy, which is not true, but even if this guy, this one anti-capitalist, did conflate the two things, that still wouldn't give you the authority to say that they are one and the same thing. It's just like not in the realm of truth at all.
First, he means the Jews, which includes ethnic Jews, but he also means the capitalists, non-ethnic Jews, whom he says are practicing the Jewish faith of capitalism. Proof for this will be shown shortly, but I need to explain the historical context first. In the Dark Ages, the Christian Pope banned usury, which is the lending of money and charging interest for that money. So Christians couldn't lend money, only non-Christians could, which is why in the West only the Jews could be bankers and money lenders, hence why Karl Marx calls them the money changers. But at the same time, the Jews were not allowed to own land. It was Christian Europe and were forced to live in towns and cities. In English, towns and cities were called boroughs, which is where we get the word bourgeoisie from, which is the French for townsfolk. So, historically, due to old-fashioned anti-Semitism, the Jews were a major element of the bourgeoisie. This is why racists like Karl Marx believed that the Jews were the bourgeoisie and that capitalism was Jewish. It's old-fashioned anti-Semitism which dated back to the medieval period. And I know that some Marxists will claim that it is anti-Semitic to point out that historic racism led to the Jews being the bourgeoisie. No, denying that old-fashioned anti-Semitism forced the Jews to become the bourgeoisie is anti-Semitic. It was because the Jewish people were forced to live in towns and practice usury as a result of anti-Semitism that gave
What
Edward
did he
I
just say
of
there?
England the excuse to
Sorry,
murder
hold
half the
on.
male Jews in England in 1279. Every single
cursor
Jewish
is
adult
gone,
male in
so-
England
What did he say?
that capitalism was Jewish. It's old-fashioned anti-Semitism which dated back to the medieval period. And I know that some Marxists will
Some Marxists.
claim that it is anti-Semitic to point out that historic racism led to the Jews being the bourgeoisie.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Evil period. And I know that some Marxists will claim that it is anti-Semitic to point out that historic racism led to the Jews being the bourgeoisie.
What is he talking about?
Evil period. And I know that some Marxists will claim that it is anti-Semitic to point out that historic racism led to the Jews being the bourgeoisie. I know that some Marxists will claim that it is anti-Semitic to point out that historic racism led to the Jews being the bourgeoisie. I know that some Marxists will claim that it is anti-Semitic to point out that historic racism led to the Jews being the bourgeoisie.
What in the hell is he talking about? Every now and then he has one of these lines where I just stop in my tracks and I'm just like, I am dumbfounded. What is he saying? That Marxists think it's anti-Semitic to say that historic racism led to the Jews becoming the bourgeoisie. That is the most nonsensical statement I've ever heard.
No, denying that old-fashioned anti-Semitism forced the Jews to become the bourgeoisie is anti-Semitic. It was because the Jewish people...
Okay, wait, I didn't even read the comment here. He has a comment here, apparently, that he's referring to. You are now projecting your own anti-Semitism onto me. Your video implied German Jews were all factory owners, which is a load of anti-Semitic BS. You also repeat this claim in the very comment. Socialism calls for the removal of the bourgeoisie/Jews from society, equating Jews with bourgeoisie. Funny thing is that your anti-Semitism was rejected even in the 19th century. Okay, so this guy is just misunderstanding Tick, I think. And then Tick is in turn misunderstanding him, leading to this giant misunderstanding that leads him to say something absolutely crazy like that. Okay.
People were forced to live in towns and practice usury as a result of anti-Semitism that gave Edward the...
Yeah, he was just talking about one guy. One guy who got mad at him in a YouTube comment.
First of England, the excuse to murder half the male Jews in England in 1279. Every single Jewish adult male in England was seized and imprisoned, at least 600 individuals out of a total community of only 2,000 to 4,000 people. They, it seems, were the special target of the sting operation. Of course, the Jews had a long-standing dominance of the money and metalworking trades, so to some extent an investigation into coin clipping was bound to focus on their activities. But Edward's readiness to believe that all Jews were involved in devaluing his currency and the disproportionate conviction rate of Jews and Christians tells us that there was a darker dimension to the story. Early in the new year of 1279, when the trials of the accused began, some 29 Christians were hanged for their crimes, but around 10 times as many Jews suffered the same fate. In his drive to improve his finances, Edward executed half of the adult males in a minority population. Almost incidentally, he had committed the single biggest massacre of Jews in British history. So, just to clarify this to the anti-Semitic Marxists, denying that old-fashioned anti-Semitism forced the Jews to become moneylenders and forced them to move into towns to become the bourgeoisie is...
Yeah, I think most Marxists are pretty aware of this and cool about this. I don't think you need to take the word of that idiot, that one idiot on YouTube, seriously.
Is anti-Semitic. Denying that that was what happened is anti-Semitic and is a denial of historic anti-Semitism. But
yeah, I think we got it.
Because of historic anti-Semitism, Karl Marx had good reason to believe that a significant portion of the bourgeoisie were the Jews. We can see this here. The essential conditions for the existence and for the sway of the bourgeois class is the formation and augmentation of capital. If capital is money, and money is the jealous god of Israel, which Karl Marx has said...
And this is in the Communist Manifesto, page 21. Wait. Is it in the Communist Manifesto? Wait, is on the Jewish question? Wait, which one is it? Oh, is on the Jewish question this part, and then this part is the Communist Manifesto. Yeah, well, if he's not talking about the Jews in the Communist Manifesto, then see, this is a fallacy bringing in this article and conflating it with this one. Again, I mean, we've been over why that's stupid.
Directly represented a reactionary interest, the interest of German Philistines. Okay, there's that word again.
Oh, well, never mind. Apparently he said Philistines in the Communist Manifesto, too. While this true socialism thus served the government as a weapon for fighting the German bourgeoisie, it at the same time directly represented a reactionary interest, the interest of German Philistine. Wait, what is he saying? Hold on. This is a continuation of this quote. Hold on. The essential conditions for the existence and for the sway of the bourgeois class is the formation and augmentation of capital. Okay. While this true... Wait. So I feel like we're in a totally different... We're in a different thing here.
In faith.
Let's hear him
this
talk
passage confirms that the bourgeoisie are, in faith at least, Jewish. But this next paragraph is
doesn't.
striking. While this true socialism thus served the government as a weapon for fighting the German bourgeoisie, it at the same time directly represented a reactionary interest, the interest of German Philistines.
What is he talking about?
Okay, there's that word again, Philistine. As explained earlier, Karl Marx uses this to mean ethnic anti-Semites. In other words,
Yeah, and he calls it a reactionary interest, which means it's against Marxism, right? Right?
racist anti-Semites.
And by the way, he's never given any justification for saying ethnically anti-Semitic. He's never even justified that with a quote.
Rather than spiritual
Not even an out-of-context quote.
anti-Semites like Karl Marx. So, Karl Marx says here that while the German government used a fake socialism to fight the German Jewish bourgeoisie, at the same time...
What?
Fake socialism to fight the German... That while the German government used a fake socialism to fight the German Jewish bourgeoisie...
bourgeoisie.
Same time, all this did was benefit the German racist anti-Semites.
So what's your point? I have no idea what you're talking about, and I have no idea what your point is.
This requires a bit of context, so let me just explain.
Yeah. Thank you for the context.
Starters, just because they were anti-Semites doesn't mean that they were socialists in the way that Karl Marx thinks socialism is. That's why he puts the true in quotes, implying that this German version of socialism is fake socialism.
Then why doesn't he call it fake socialism? Why does he call it true in quotation marks? And what socialism he's talking about? Like, what is he talking about? I thought he was going to give me context, but it doesn't seem like he is.
He therefore means that the German ethnic anti-Semites, basically proto-Nazis, aren't real socialists and are...
Yeah, he's not actually giving context. When he said he was going to give some context, silly me, I believed him. I thought he was going to give context for what he was talking about. I should have known better. Oh, God. This video sucks. Yet another terrible video from Take History. What's new?
Are a reactionary element and are against socialism. He says that while these so-called German socialists did fight against some of the bourgeoisie, the Jews, they were doing so for their own bourgeois interests only. In other words, they were still Jews in faith because they were capitalists in hiding. So Marx is saying that German anti-Semite socialists, or proto-Nazis, are fake socialists. He's saying that they're bourgeoisie in disguise, even if they fight ethnic Jews, which is what socialism does and what he is praising. This is confirmed in this next quote. And on its part, German socialism recognized more and more its own calling as...
I wonder what people in the comments are saying. I read it differently. Inwardly circumcised Jews is referred to the subject of the statement, the capitalist. He says the capitalist, using it as a collective noun, and then makes it a constructio ad sensum and says Jews instead of Jew. But what he means, as I read it, is that a capitalist is a true Jew inside. Okay. Whatever that means. Yeah, okay. So we're not really getting a lot of interesting comments on this video, unfortunately.
The bombastic representative of the petty bourgeois Philistine.
His criticism of the Gotha program, but yeah, I have zero idea. No idea how he's connecting it to the broader point or his argument. Yeah, I don't know what the Gotha program is. Is that what Marx was talking about with this?
It proclaimed the German nation to be the model nation and the German petty Philistine to be the typical man. To every villainous meanness of this model man, it gave a hidden, higher socialistic interpretation, the exact contrary of its real character. So yes, Karl Marx is rejecting the old German anti-Semitic fake socialism because, even though they were anti-Jewish, they were ultimately bourgeois in faith themselves. This, of course, confirms Karl Marx's hatred of the Jews and of the Jewish faith. That's why he says, the immediate aim of the communists is the same as that of all other proletarian parties. Formation of the proletariat into a class, overthrow of the bourgeois supremacy, conquest of political power by the proletariat. Yes, Karl Marx wants to overthrow the bourgeoisie, he wants to overthrow the Jews. And he says that this is what all other proletarian parties are aiming for. All socialism is anti-Semitism. In this next quote, he says he also wants to end what he calls bourgeois property, Jewish property, and he wants to abolish the Jewish family.
Okay, this is getting kind of repetitive at this point. I think we've covered why this video is bad. Yeah, I am going to end the reaction section of this stream here. Maybe stream for a few more minutes and then log off. But, yeah, that... Wow. I mean, just... He's the gift that keeps on giving, man. He just... Like, every time I thought I've heard all of his horrible takes, I discover a new one. I discover a new, just crazy, totally nonsensical tick history video, and it's great. It's great. But yeah, that video, it was just him quote mining, which was so lazy and so propagandistic. I mean, he made no effort to actually summarize what Marx was writing about in that essay, and he also never brought up the fact that Marx was Jewish. Maybe he does in the last 10 minutes, but if he hadn't done in the first 20 minutes, then why would I expect him to do it in the last 20 minutes? Yeah, I mean, that's a crucial bit of context that he's leaving out. Yeah, it's just really awful. And so transparent. Like, it's so easy to see what he's doing and how fallacious it is that I'm surprised there aren't more people pointing it out in the comments. He seems to fundamentally lack understanding of how society works. I guess so. I mean, that's the only conclusion I can come to, man. He's a very interesting case of somebody who just doesn't get it. But anyway, I think that's the end of the stream right there. You think taxes are really that high for him? Well, he's self-employed. And I imagine he can write off some stuff on his taxes. I don't know how high the taxes are in Great Britain for somebody of his income level. Halloween watch party of Hell of a Boss? Maybe. If I'm streaming and I happen to see that it comes out. But I kind of doubt it, because I think I'll probably just watch it whenever it comes out, whenever I first see it available. I don't think it's something that I'll save for a stream. Live stream it or broadcast on Discord. Yeah. I don't know. For that, I think I might just not do that. He just needs a better accountant, maybe. Yeah, because he is self-employed, so he manages his own taxes. He doesn't have a W-2 or whatever they call it in the UK. It's confirmed dropping on Halloween. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I'll be doing on Halloween. But we'll see. All right.